Chapter 4964. Ancient and mysterious runes appeared on the walls of the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air. This aura made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. Retreat. Lu Ming retreated without hesitation. He had a feeling that if he didn't retreat, it would be very dangerous. In an instant, he retreated millions of miles. At this time, a huge array formation appeared on the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. It was just an array formation, but it enveloped the entire crepe myrtle heavenly palace. An source-level array formation, and an extremely terrifying one. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been wondering why the heavenly human race didn't have an source-level array formation. Celestial clan, for better or for worse, was still a clan from the last great era. However, judging from their various appearances, they were just too pitiful. They were extremely short of source-level divine weapons. They didn't have any source-level array formations. They didn't have any joint attack array carriers. This didn't seem like a race from the last era at all. Not to mention the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, even the quasi-sage race was far inferior. Similarly, the demons were the same. Lu Ming guessed that this was related to their identity as slaves of the human race. Now, the heavenly human race used an source-level array formation. Lu Ming wasn't so surprised. After all, they were a race from the last era. It was normal for them to have some trump cards. If they didn't even have this trump card, how could the heavenly palace rule the universe for countless years? Moreover, this array formation seemed to be engraved on the walls of the heavenly palace. Could it be that it came with the heavenly palace? Lu Ming had heard that the 9 heavenly palaces weren't built by the heavenly human race themselves, but by a force from the last era. It seems that the conditions for activating this source-level array formation are very harsh. It needs an origin bone. Fortunately, when I attacked the illusory heavenly palace last time, there were almost no experts in the illusory heavenly palace. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the time when he attacked the illusory heavenly palace. At that time, most of the powerful beings of the heavenly human tribe had gone to attack the base of the Heaven Destroyer. There were very few powerful beings left to guard the heavenly palace. There weren't many divine masters. If one wanted to activate this kind of source-level array, they would probably need a peak divine master and an origin bone. Treasures like the origin bone were most likely carried around by top-notch heavenly human tribe cultivators. After all, when Lu Ming and the others opened the treasury of the illusory heavenly palace, they didn't see any origin bones. Therefore, at that time, even if the people of the illusory heavenly palace wanted to activate the source-level array formation, they couldn't. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but rejoice. If the heavenly human tribe had been able to activate the origin-level spell formation at that time, none of them would have been able to come out alive. This kind of formation is not something that I can break, Lu Ming watched from afar. He even felt that this formation not only possessed defensive power, but also terrifying offensive power. However, even if the crepe myrtle heavenly palace couldn't break through, there were other heavenly palaces. Lu Ming looked at another heavenly palace. The illusory heavenly palace. The heavenly palace that they had robbed years ago. Swoosh. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the illusory heavenly palace. A large number of heavenly human tribe cultivators were guarding the illusory heavenly palace. When they saw Lu Ming rushing toward them, their expressions changed. "My lord, what should we do? Should we activate the source-level array formation?" Many people looked at a middle-aged man. This man had the highest status in the illusory heavenly palace. He was one of the 4 most powerful Lord of Heaven in the heavenly palace, the Lord of Heaven of 100 battles. Activate the array formation. The Lord of Heaven of 100 battles gritted his teeth. His storage ring glowed, and pieces of origin bones flew out. They had all seen how Lu Ming attacked the crepe myrtle heavenly palace before. He was too powerful. The defensive array of the illusory heavenly palace couldn't block Lu Ming's attack at all. Only by activating the source-level array formation could it. Dozens of peak divine master Lord of Heaven rushed in all directions with dozens of source-level array formations. Soon, the source-level array formation of the illusory heavenly palace was activated. When the array formation was activated, Lu Ming quickly retreated. As expected, every heavenly palace has a terrifying array formation, Lu Ming muttered to himself. The array formation of the illusory heavenly palace gave him the same feeling as the one in the Crepe Myrtle heavenly palace. However, without the help of an origin realm cultivator, the array formation required the activation of origin bones. Let's see how many origin bones you have, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He moved and charged toward another heavenly palace, the Hongmeng heavenly palace. Damn it! Activate the array formation. The Hongmeng heavenly palace was also guarded by a large number of heavenly humans. The strongest lord of heaven roared and took out dozens of origin bones. Soon, the Hongmeng heavenly palace also activated a terrifying array formation. Lu Ming charged toward the Shenji heavenly palace. The Shenji heavenly palace could only activate its array formation. Just like that, the 4 heavenly palaces all activated their terrifying arrays to stop Lu Ming. The array formation was too terrifying. Lu Ming knew he couldn't break it. He looked at the 5th heavenly palace, the primeval heavenly palace. The primeval heavenly palace didn't activate its array formation. There were no arrays at all. However, after some consideration, Lu Ming still didn't do anything. The heavenly palace gave him a feeling of dread. Although it didn't give off any powerful auras, the feeling of dread still lingered. It was as if there were terrifying primordial beasts residing inside. The energy of the origin bones is limited. I'd like to see how long you can last. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. Afterwards, he sat down in the air and closed his eyes to rest. The energy of the origin bones was limited. If he used them to activate the array formation, the energy would eventually run out. Once the energy ran out, the array formation would lose its power. Lu Ming was waiting. He was waiting for the energy of the origin bones to run out. Ye Immortal and the others in the heavenly palace had extremely ugly expressions. However, there was nothing they could do. Qiuqiu, go back to the base and check on the situation. Get Dandan and Bubbles to come as well. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes again and said to Qiuqiu. He was still a little worried about the situation at the Heaven Destroyer base. Although he was sure that the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds wouldn't dare to go back, he wasn't afraid of accidents. Qiuqiu had been following Lu Ming in the form of a bracelet. All right. After saying that, Qiuqiu turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for long. Dandan, Bubbles, and Qiuqiu came again. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and Ling Yue also came. They rushed over because they were worried about Lu Ming. Dandan, take a look at the Heavenly Palace's array formation. Lu Ming said. Dandan stared at the 5 Heavenly Palace helplessly. Most of the arrays set up in these 4 Heavenly Palace are master-level arrays and broken source-level arrays. There's nothing to be afraid of. The truly terrifying ones are the arrays carried by the origin of the 4 Heavenly Palace. After looking for a while, Dandan saw the trick. The arrays carried by the origin of the Heavenly Palace? Bubbles was curious. That's right. The array formation activated by the Heavenly Palace is engraved on the walls of the Heavenly Palace. It's ancient, mysterious, and powerful. It's probably not set up by the heavenly human race, but by the Heavenly Palace itself. Dandan explained. Chapter 4965. In that case, the celestial race didn't even set up a single source-level formation? Bubbles blinked and said. Didn't they say that the celestial race was a race from the previous era? This is too shabby. Qiu Autumn Moon muttered. The celestial race was as poor as the Heaven Destroyer. Didn't they say that the celestial race was a race from the previous era? As a race from the previous era, the quasi-sage race had a much deeper foundation and was much richer. The celestial race and the demons were slaves of the human race. Perhaps this is related to the reason? Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded. This was the only reasonable guess. Dandan, do you have a way to break these formations? Lu Ming asked again. No. Dandan immediately shook his head and said, this kind of formation is very terrifying. It's definitely top-notch among the source-level formations. It's both offensive and defensive, and its power is boundless. With my strength, I'm still far from it. Lu Ming wasn't too disappointed. He was mentally prepared for this. Dandan, do you have any idea about the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming pointed at the fifth Heavenly Palace and asked. This Heavenly Palace also carries a terrifying formation. However, apart from this formation, I always have a feeling that there's something terrifying in this Heavenly Palace, Dandan said. Yes, I have the same feeling. Bubbles also cried out. Then, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Autumn Moon, and Ling Yue also spoke one after another. They also had the same feeling of terror. Everyone was a peerless genius. They had sharp spiritual senses and strong perception. This Heavenly Palace is very mysterious. It's better not to act rashly. Lu Ming nodded. They're like cowards. However, the energy of the origin bone is limited. It won't be long before the energy of the origin bone is exhausted. We just have to wait. Dandan said. I have the same intention. Lu Ming nodded. In any case, Dandan and the others said that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands didn't attack the Heaven Destroyer base, so the Heaven Destroyer base was very safe. Lu Ming had plenty of time to waste. In the end, everyone waited here. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The formation of the Heavenly Palace is about to collapse. Dandan was excited. He stared at the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace. Whoosh! Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace with the war god's spear in hand. The Yi Immortal's expression darkened, and he waved his hand again. Dozens of essential bones flew out and were given to the other heavenly humans to continue powering the spell formation. The crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace's array formation shone brightly again. However, not long after, the power of the illusory Heavenly Palace's formation began to weaken. Damn it, the Heavenly Palace of Baijian roared and took out dozens of essential bones with a pained expression. The heavenly humans had dominated the primitive universe for countless years. Although they had accumulated a lot of essential bones over such a long period of time, they couldn't afford to use them like this. He was heartbroken that they had to use dozens of essential bones each time. Then, the Hongmeng Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Palace of Shinji could only take out their essential bones to power the array formation again. Lu Ming and the others continued to wait. Half a month later, the power of the Heavenly Palace's array formation had weakened. They could only continue to use their essential bones to power it. Ancestral Patriarch, we can't go on like this. No matter how many essential bones we have, they will be used up eventually. A Lord of Heaven said. That's right. Lu Ming and the others must be planning to use up our essential bones. When our essential bones are used up, they will still come in. It's better to fight with them now. Another Lord of Heaven said. Fight? How can we fight with them? I joined forces with the 3 races in the Forbidden Area. There were 16 invincible divine masters in total, but they were all defeated by Lu Ming. Without their essential bones, no matter how many people there are, they won't be able to defeat Lu Ming. Yi Immortal said coldly. The other heavenly humans fell silent. We can only cooperate with the creatures in the Forbidden Area now. The closest ones to us are the evil Een race, Yi Immortal said. Cooperate with the evil Een race? The evil Een race will cooperate with us? A Lord of Heaven said. There's nothing that can't be done. It just depends on the benefits. I'll send the message now. Yi Immortal took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent the message. He certainly didn't send the message directly to the evil Een race. They were too far away. No matter how advanced the voice transmission jade talisman was, it couldn't reach that far. He sent the message to the heavenly humans outside so that they could send the message to the evil Een race. I think it's time to force the heavenly humans. Lu Ming suddenly got up and said coldly. You mean? Dandan rolled his eyes and looked at the large continent under the heavenly palace. That's right. There are a lot of heavenly humans living on this continent, and there must be a lot of resources. It's a waste not to take them, Lu Ming sneered. The primitive universe had been recovering for so many years. The continent under the heavenly palace must contain a lot of resources. Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I want. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Dandan laughed. You guys attack together. I'll keep an eye on the heavenly palace. If there's a problem, retreat in time. Lu Ming said. Let's go. Dandan smiled and turned into a ray of light, rushing to the continent below. Then, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Bubbles and Qiuqiu also attacked and rushed to the continent below. Now, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others had reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm. With their talent and combat strength, even the weakest of them had the combat strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. As long as Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian didn't attack, they didn't have to worry about the safety of Xian Yanqing and the others. Boom! 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 After a while, the continent below the heavenly palace started to shake violently, followed by screams. Damn it, they're killing the ordinary people of the heavenly humans, damn it! Many heavenly humans roared. A large number of ordinary heavenly humans lived on the continent below. Their cultivation wasn't very high and there were only a few divine masters. In fact, there were only a few divine emperors. After all, above them were the 5 heavenly palaces. Most of the existences above the divine emperor realm lived in the heavenly palace. Lu Ming didn't attack before because he didn't want to attack the ordinary heavenly humans. But now that he thought it through, he didn't need to be polite or soft-hearted to the heavenly humans. If the Heaven Destroyer's base was breached, the heavenly humans wouldn't be polite to the Heaven Destroyer. They would definitely slaughter the entire Heaven Destroyer. This was proven by history. Over the years, how many powerful races had been wiped out by the heavenly humans? The Sky Heart race, the Heaven and Earth race, the Dragon race, etc. Only a few of these races were lucky enough to survive. The rest had all died in the hands of the heavenly humans. There was no need to be compassionate to such a race. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan and the others restrained themselves and only attacked existences above the Divine Lord realm. Ling Yue didn't have any scruples when she attacked. The entire elf race was almost wiped out by the heavenly humans. Only a few people survived. Her hatred for the heavenly humans was overwhelming. Chapter 4966. Ling Yue stood high in the sky with a towering tree floating behind her. Boundless energy gathered in Ling Yue's body. She held a large bow in her hand and knocked an arrow. Buzz! He loosened the bowstring, and an arrow flew toward the ground below. After the arrow flew out, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it became an arrow that was hundreds of miles long and bombarded the ground. A huge crater was immediately created on the ground. A large number of heavenly humans were swept into the destructive energy and turned into ashes. Ling Yue didn't show any mercy to the heavenly human race. She had sworn that she would personally destroy the heavenly human race and avenge the countless elves. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others spread out and moved like lightning across the continent. No one could stop them. A large amount of resources were taken by them. In the 4 heavenly palaces, the eyes of the heavenly human race members were bloodshot. What? Is it very uncomfortable? I wonder if you thought of this when you attacked the other races? Lu Ming's cold and mocking voice sounded. How can those lowly races compare to our race? A heavenly human race member roared. You still think you're better than others. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and there was no longer a trace of pity in his heart. These heavenly human race members had dominated the universe for countless years and had long been used to being high and mighty. They viewed other races as ants and killed them. There was no need for such a race to stay in this world. Kill! In the sky above the continent, Ling Yue shouted coldly and continued to work. Arrows were shot out continuously, and large numbers of heavenly human race members fell under the arrows. Damn it, damn it. Ancestor, what should we do now? Many people looked at Ye Immortal. Sigh, we can only awaken the origin. Ye Immortal spoke. There was a trace of anger and helplessness in his voice. Previously, they had forced Heaven Destroyer to awaken its origin. Now, the situation was completely reversed. Not long after, a powerful aura suddenly filled the air from the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. The aura of the origin. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't surprised that an origin source had awakened. He had asked Xianyanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others to do so in order to force the other party's origin to awaken. Shao Qing, Mid-Autumn Moon. The origin of the heavenly human clan has awakened. Retreat quickly. Lu Ming immediately sent a message to Xianyanqing and the others. Xianyanqing and the others were already prepared. When they received Lu Ming's message, they quickly left the continent and rushed into the distance. Ling Yue also stopped her attacks and left the continent. Boom! In the crepe myrtle heavenly palace, a powerful aura rushed out. Then, a middle-aged man stepped out. Patriarch. The middle-aged man bowed to Ye Immortal. His expression was calm. Since he had already awakened, he was prepared to die. Go stop him. Ye Immortal pointed at Lu Ming. I will take his head. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold and filled with shocking killing intent. He was the origin and had the same lifespan as the universe. Did he really want to die? How was that possible? He was forced to do so. All of this was caused by Lu Ming. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was monstrous. Don't underestimate the enemy. This person's combat strength is extremely strong. He's not weaker than Tang Feng back then. Ye Immortal said. With just one sentence, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Not weaker than Tang Feng? How is that possible? The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. In the Divine Master realm, this person might be even stronger. Tang Feng has become stronger after entering the origin. So, you just need to stop him. Ye Immortal said. The middle-aged man's expression became particularly grave. A battle armor appeared on his body, and he held a purple-gold battle spear in his hand. The battle armor and the battle spear were both origin-level divine weapons. Of course, they were only ordinary-level divine weapons and not top-level ones. Top-level divine weapons were too rare, and the heavenly human clan didn't have many either. Swoosh! The middle-aged man stepped out and circulated his origin power crazily, raising his aura to the peak. Origin? Let's give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a strong fighting spirit. It was his first time fighting against an origin with his own combat strength. Kill! With a loud shout, Lu Ming took the lead. The war god's spear turned into a dazzling spearlight and stabbed out. Fight! The origin of the heavenly human clan also attacked. The purple-gold battle spear stabbed out violently. The two divine weapons clashed in the void, like two sharp needles against each other. Boom! In the void, it was as if hundreds or thousands of stars had exploded. Rings of light swept out in all directions. The place where the two clashed turned into chaos. Then, the two figures retreated backward. This move was evenly matched. What a strong power! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The origin of the heavenly human clan was very strong. It was not something an ordinary origin could compare to. Although it was also at the early origin realm, it was definitely stronger than the astral flame origin. Of course, this referred to the astral flame origin without an origin weapon. Obviously, the Ye Immortal would not randomly choose an origin attribute. He had a target. He knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was very terrifying. If an ordinary origin awakened, they would not be Lu Ming's opponent and could not stop Lu Ming. Therefore, this awakened origin had extremely strong combat strength. At least among the early origin realm, its combat strength was very strong. Now, he could only awaken the early origin realm. Once those above the mid-origin realm were awakened, they would soon die. The early origin realm could still last for a while. This kind of combat strength, the pupils of the heavenly human clan's origin shrank sharply. He was really shocked. He had used almost all his strength just now, but he was only evenly matched with Lu Ming. It was terrifying for a divine master to have such combat strength. Again. Lu Ming's eyes brightened, and his confidence increased greatly. The origin realm was only a so-so. He just happened to want to use the origin realm's combat strength to help him comprehend Genesis techniques. In the Purple Heaven Utopia, Lu Ming had not only comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique under the 4 statues, but he also had a general outline and direction for Genesis techniques. The two great experts clashed again. It was an intense battle. In the 4 heavenly palace, everyone except the Yi Immortal was dumbfounded. Their eyes were round and full of shock. Although they had heard from the Yi Immortal that Lu Ming was terrifyingly strong and had defeated 16 invincible divine masters by himself. However, they had no idea how strong invincible divine masters were. Therefore, they had no idea how strong Lu Ming was. After all, apart from the Yi Immortal, no one had seen Lu Ming fight. Now that they had finally seen it with their own eyes, they finally had an idea. This was because they had an origin realm as a reference. How is this possible? How is this possible? Among the crowd, the one who was the most shocked was Yi Qiuxian. At this moment, he was muttering to himself in a daze. His body was trembling and his face was pale. Although he had been defeated by Lu Ming time and time again, he had not given up. He still had a little hope that he could defeat Lu Ming in the future. But now, he was in despair. He realized that the gap between him and Lu Ming was growing larger and larger. It had now reached an astonishing level. Chapter 4967. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions continued to erupt above the 5 heavenly palaces. Lu Ming and the heavenly human race's origin source had exchanged more than 10 blows in the blink of an eye. The two were still evenly matched. To be honest, the heavenly human race's origin source was indeed very powerful. The origin source's combat strength was determined by many factors. The strength of the origin source's power, whether they had mastered any Genesis techniques, whether they had an origin weapon or armor, and the level of their cultivation. Although the heavenly human race's origin source didn't master any Genesis techniques, he had an origin weapon and armor. The origin source's combat strength had been greatly enhanced by the origin source's origin source. Without the origin source's origin source wouldn't be Lu Ming's match. As the two continued to exchange blows, Yi Immortal and the others also began to take action. They sent out messages to the continents below, urging them to hurry up and enter the heavenly palace. Hurry up and gather. Enter the heavenly palace. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Don't take the divine herbs. Hurry up. Don't take these materials either. Let's go. Which is more important, your life or the materials? On the continents, some of the heavenly human race members with higher cultivation commanded the crowd to fly toward the 4 heavenly palaces. Yes, there were 4 heavenly palaces, not 5. This was because no one was flying toward the 5th heavenly palace of origin. The densely packed heavenly human race members flew toward the 4 heavenly palaces. At the same time, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, Dreamy Heavenly Palace, Shinji Heavenly Palace, and Hongmeng Heavenly Palace also opened the array formation to allow the heavenly human race members to fly into the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace was very large, like a planet. It could accommodate an astonishing number of people. Moreover, the number of heavenly human race members was actually not large compared to the other races in the universe. The 4 heavenly palaces could easily accommodate them. Lu Ming didn't stop him. In fact, he couldn't stop him. Now that the celestial race's source had awakened, the result was already decided. Hence, his attacks were all fighting with his life on the line. Lu Ming had to deal with it with all his focus. If he wasn't careful, he would suffer a great loss. Therefore, they could only watch as the heavenly human tribe entered the heavenly palace. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the heavenly human tribe's origin source had already exchanged over 100 blows, but the outcome was still undecided. Whoosh! Lu Ming quickly retreated, and the origin of the heavenly human tribe quickly followed. Its spiritual consciousness was locked onto Lu Ming, preventing Lu Ming from attacking the other heavenly human tribe members. Soon, the two of them were far away from the 5 heavenly palace. Suddenly, the space around Lu Ming rippled like water, and a figure appeared. It was Bubble. The bubble enveloped Lu Ming with the power of time and space. Lu Ming's speed increased explosively, and he instantly shook off the heavenly human tribe's essence. Humph! The origin of the heavenly human tribe snorted coldly and did not continue to chase. Instead, he returned to the 5 heavenly palace and sat down cross-legged. His cultivation was at the early stage of the origin realm. Under the current origin tribulation, he could hold on for half a month. He had to protect the heavenly human tribe members and ensure their safe retreat. Lu Ming stood in the distance and did not continue to attack. However, he did not go far either. Instead, he waited quietly. He had already gained a lot from the battle just now. There was no need to fight again. As long as he waited for half a month, this origin would naturally die. It took an entire day. On the continent below, almost all the heavenly human tribe members had entered the 4 heavenly palace. However, many treasures, such as the planted divine herbs, were not taken away. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to let Dandan, Bubble, and the others take away all the treasures on this continent. Of course, now was not the time to make a move. The origin was still guarding there. If it suddenly attacked, Lu Ming might not be able to stop it. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged in the void. In the previous battle with the origin, he had pushed his battle strength to the limit. He had indeed gained something, and his understanding of Genesis techniques had increased a little. Time passed quickly, and another few days passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, the 5 heaven palaces began to tremble, and then flew off in a certain direction. Huh? They're leaving? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The heavenly human tribe was going to move? In fact, Lu Ming also knew that in the face of such a situation, the heavenly human tribe had no other choice but to move. Because that origin could only protect them for half a month. Then, what about after half a month? Without the origin to block Lu Ming, they still had to rely on the formation to block Lu Ming. However, activating the formation required the bones of the origin. Over countless years, they had accumulated a lot of origin bones, but they would be used up. Once the origin bones were used up, what should they do? Continue to let the origin awaken? Then wouldn't their origins be completely wiped out in the end? Therefore, they could only move and seek protection. Now, only the creatures in the forbidden area can protect the heavenly human tribe. Could it be that the heavenly human tribe has surrendered to the creatures in the forbidden area? In this direction, only the baleful Een tribe is left, and the heavenly human tribe is the closest to the baleful Een tribe. Lu Ming guessed. The 5 heavenly palace quickly flew in the direction of the baleful Een tribe, which was the original direction of the universe. And the origin queen left with the 5 heavenly palace. Swish swish swish, figures appeared beside Lu Ming. It was Enchanting and the others. Lu Ming, what should we do now? Dandan asked. Follow and take a look. Lu Ming said. They flew behind, following the 5 heavenly palaces. This place was very far from the universe where the baleful Een tribe was. The speed of the 5 heavenly palace naturally couldn't be compared to Lu Ming and the others. Therefore, after more than 10 days, the 5 heavenly palace didn't reach the universe, and the origin was about to die. Retreat. Lu Ming quickly retreated with Enchanting and the others, away from the origin. He was afraid that the origin would counterattack before dying. However, the origin didn't counterattack. Instead, it sat quietly in the void and turned into specks of light rain and dissipated. This essence had also perished. Damn it. Damn Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, many heavenly human tribe members roared in anger. 10,000 years ago, the heavenly human tribe was the overlord of the universe. No one dared to go against them. Every heavenly human tribe member was like the moon surrounded by stars. No one dared to be disrespectful to them. But now, they had been slaughtered right to their doorstep, and they didn't even dare to fight back. They could only hole up in their heavenly palaces behind the array formation, relying on the protection of their source energy to struggle at death's door. They could only watch as their source energy perished. The difference between the two was simply too great. They were also extremely aggrieved. However, there was nothing they could do. Reactivate the array formation. Ye Immortals' voice spread far and wide. The four heavenly palace reactivated the array formation with the origin bones. Then, they continued to fly in the direction of the baleful Een tribe. Lu Ming and the others continued to follow behind. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wanted to force the other party to awaken another origin. Unfortunately, Lu Ming couldn't get what he wanted. The heavenly human tribe had accumulated a lot of origin bones. When they ran out of energy, they took out another batch and continued to activate the array formation. Just like that, after some time, the universe came into sight. The universe was filled with black fog, completely shrouded by the baleful Een Chi. Chapter 4968. Compared to 10,000 years ago, the starry sky of the universe today was completely different. Being shrouded by the baleful Een aura at all times, all living things withered and turned into baleful Een monsters. The plants were also slowly converted to baleful Een attributes. They were no longer emerald green, but cold and dark. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The five heavenly palaces rushed into the baleful Een aura and flew toward the dark pit demon mountain. Lu Ming and the others continued to follow, but they were more cautious. Half a day later, they gradually approached the dark pit demon mountain. At this moment, the five heavenly palaces suddenly stopped. Stop! Dandan suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and the others stopped and looked at Dandan. There are many terrifying formations ahead. They should be source-level formations. Dandan said. It seems that the baleful Een race has been waiting for us here. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was not afraid of the baleful Een race as long as they did not use their origin. The only thing he was afraid of was their source-level formations. The heavenly human race could not compare to the living beings in the Forbidden Lands. They had many source-level formations. With enough time, they could use their origin bones to set up source-level formations. Back in Purple Heaven, Lu Ming had almost suffered a great loss because of this. Obviously, the evil Een race knew that Lu Ming and the rest would follow them. Hence, they had set up source-level arrays in this area in advance, and there was more than one. It was a pity that Dandan had detected them in advance. Let's go. Lu Ming shook his head. He knew that the heavenly human race must have cooperated with the baleful Een race. Moreover, the baleful Een race had set up source-level formations in advance, so they could not do anything to the heavenly human race. The five heavenly palaces had stopped because they had entered the range of the formations. As long as Lu Ming and the others approached, they would immediately be enveloped by the source-level formations. Although Lu Ming's current combat strength was strong, facing source-level formations that had been set up in advance, he was probably in danger. Seeing Lu Ming and the others leave, Ye Immortal and the others were disappointed. They had wanted to use source-level formations to trick Lu Ming and the others, but Lu Ming and the others were too smart and did not fall for it. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others left the baleful Een race's range. Let's go to the primordial light race. Lu Ming said. Let's go to the light race? Xian Yanqing and the others were surprised. That's right. The baleful Een tribe must have communicated with the heavenly human tribe in advance. That's why they were able to set up the origin level spell formation in advance. However, the primordial light tribe didn't know that we would suddenly attack the primordial light tribe, so they definitely wouldn't have set up a combined attack spell formation in advance. There was a murderous glint in his eyes. The three clans of the Forbidden Ground had a part to play in killing two sources of the Heaven Exterminating Army. Lu Ming would not let this matter rest. Dandan's eyes lit up. The prime holy mountain where the primordial light race was located had many top-grade primordial divine herbs. They set off immediately, crossing the void of the universe and heading towards the prime holy mountain. With their current cultivation, as long as they didn't go to any particularly dangerous places, or if they were unlucky, they wouldn't encounter any disaster-level places. In the ruins of the universe, safety wasn't a big problem. Moreover, they were very fast. It did not take long for them to cross the void and arrive at the prime holy mountain. Compared to the last time Lu Ming was here, the light from the prime holy mountain was brighter and more dazzling. The three of them rushed into the continent where the primordial holy mountain was located. "That's the void beast," Dandan suddenly whispered. There was a huge beast lying on the ground in front of them, exuding a terrifying aura. It was the void beast. The void beast was still in a deep sleep. However, they could clearly feel that the void beast's aura was more terrifying than the last time they saw it. Perhaps it was because the origin source tribulation had reached the end. Once the origin source tribulation was over, the void beast would most likely awaken. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly when he thought of this. He could feel that the void beast was extremely terrifying. Even with his current battle prowess, the void beast's aura was extremely terrifying and pressuring. Moreover, it was still in a deep sleep. Who knew how powerful it would be when it woke up? It could probably kill him with a single slap. There were 4 void beasts in the prime holy mountain. Once the origin source tribulation was over, the 4 void beasts alone would be terrifying, let alone the primordial light race. Once the origin source tribulation was over, how would the Heaven Destroyer fight against the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds? I wonder if Senior Fei Huang, Senior Tang Feng and the others have any countermeasures. Lu Ming sighed inside. His cultivation was still too low. There were still a few hundred years before the origin source tribulation would be over. No matter how fast he improved in a few hundred years, he would be lucky to break through to the origin realm. To be honest, breaking through to the origin realm in a few hundred years was nothing more than a pipe dream in the eyes of others. Breaking through to the origin realm was many times more difficult than breaking through to the peak of the Divine Master realm. However, how could he fight against the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds after breaking through to the origin realm? He still had to rely on veteran experts like Fei Huang and Tang Feng. Lu Ming and the others carefully avoided the void beasts and continued on their way to the prime holy mountain. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed in front of them to the right. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. That was clearly a top source level divine herb. That was right. Lu Ming was not mistaken. That was a top-notch source level divine herb. Lu Ming really did not think that they would be so lucky to encounter a top source level divine herb not long after entering the prime holy mountain. Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, Dandan, and the others also discovered the source-level divine herb. It's a top source-level divine herb. Dandan immediately became excited. Chase! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming and the others sped up and chased after the top source-level divine herb. The top source-level divine herb was extremely fast, flying toward the prime holy mountain like a bolt of lightning. Soon, they were close to the prime holy mountain. Lu Ming and the others even saw many figures entering and exiting the prime holy mountain. They were all members of the primordial light clan. There were thousands of them at a glance. "Who's there?" A member of the primordial light clan shouted. He had already discovered Lu Ming and the others. Several thousand pairs of eyes turned toward Lu Ming and the others. "It's Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming and the others. Damn it, they want to capture a top source-level divine herb. How dare they try to capture a source-level divine herb in our prime holy mountain? They're courting death. Set up the array and kill them." Roars rang out as at least a few hundred members of the primordial light clan charged toward Lu Ming and the others. These members of the primordial light clan were all very strong and they even had joint attack arrays. Many joint attack arrays were set up. There were 7-man joint attack arrays, 9-man joint attack arrays, 12-man joint attack arrays. The greatest number of combined attack formations was an 18-man combined attack formation. Chapter 4969. The primordial light tribe's combined attack array took the shape of a blade or a sword as it charged toward Lu Ming. Scram! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the war god's spear vibrated violently. In an instant, dozens of spear lights shot out and collided with the combined attack array. Bam! 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 These swords and sabers instantly exploded. Then, there were screams of agony. Many of the people who had set up the array were crushed by the destructive power and turned into ashes. At least 30 of the Primordial Light clan's experts had been killed. The other Primordial Light tribe members gasped and retreated in fear. Lu Ming is too strong. We are no match for him. Send a message to the other lords. Many Primordial Light tribe members shouted angrily. Lu Ming and the others ignored the Primordial Light tribe members and continued to chase after the top-grade soul-level divine herb. With the help of Bubble's space-time power, their speed increased greatly. Especially now that their cultivation had increased to the peak almighty level, their speed was much faster than when they were in the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. Space-time power. Heavenly Demon Field. Bubble and Xianyinxing attacked at the same time. The space-time power and heavenly demon field enveloped the top-grade soul-level divine herb, causing its speed to plummet. Dandan attacked quickly. Dense runes flew out and formed a large array. It was like an inescapable net that enveloped the top-grade soul-level divine herb. Then, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Ling Yue gathered their hands and grabbed at the top-grade soul-level divine herb. With their combined strength, the top-grade soul-level divine herb could not escape. Lu Ming grabbed it and put it into the ancient desolation ring. In the distance, the Primordial Light tribe members watched but did not dare to attack. Dandan, take a look at the Primordial Divine Mountain and see if there are any terrifying arrays. Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Let me see. Dandan returned to its original form. Its turtle shell glowed as if it was sensing something. After a while, Dandan's expression suddenly changed, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. When Lu Ming, Xianyinxing, and the others saw this, their hearts sank. I can sense that there's only one formation in the primordial celestial mountain. Dandan said. Only one formation? A terrifying array formation? Lu Ming said. That's right, it's extremely terrifying. It's even more terrifying than an origin-grade formation. Dandan said with a solemn expression. Lu Ming and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. An array that was even more terrifying than an origin-grade array? What kind of array was that? Once this formation was activated, killing them would be as easy as flipping one's hand. However, this formation is dormant, as if it's dead. I think only truly terrifying experts can use this formation. Even reciprocity experts can't use it. Dandan said. Even reciprocity existences could not use it. Lu Ming and the others immediately relaxed. Now that the origin-grade tribulation was happening, reciprocity experts and those above had sealed themselves and were all hibernating to avoid the tribulation. The stronger they were, the less likely it was for them to awaken. If that was the case, this formation would be useless. Even if early reciprocity experts were to awaken, they would not be able to use it. Lu Ming finally knew why there was only one array formation in this dignified forbidden land, the primordial divine mountain. This was because before the origin tribulation, the Primordial Light clan definitely had terrifying existences that had not sealed themselves, or they could awaken at any time. Once a powerful enemy attacked, he could just activate that terrifying array formation. With such a formation, there was no need for other formations, such as a master-grade formation or an origin-grade formation. Once this formation could not be activated, there would be no formation in the primordial celestial mountain. Dandan, are you sure you can do it? Lu Ming looked at Dandan with bright eyes. He, Lu Ming, I know what you want to do. Let me tell you, I'm 100% sure. Come on, let's do it. Dandan shouted excitedly. Let's do it. Let's do it big. It's best if we can get 1 or 2 top origin-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming also said excitedly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming and the others did not retreat. Instead, they rushed toward the primordial celestial mountain. The primordial light clan did not dare to stop them at all. When they saw Lu Ming and the others approaching, they all retreated. However, at this moment, a large number of figures flew out of the primordial celestial mountain. They were all from the primordial light clan. There were tens of thousands of them. One had to know that there were only a few thousand primordial light clan members before they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto. This showed that a large number of primordial light clan members had awakened in the past 8,000 years. Lu Ming. How dare you come to the primordial celestial mountain? A few angry roars were heard. Lu Ming looked around and saw some old acquaintances. Yuan Si Ji, Yuan Wu Ji, Yuan Ba Ji, Yuan Jiu Ji. The ones who roared just now were Yuan Ba Ji and Yuan Jiu Ji. Look, there's a herb field below. Bubbles suddenly pointed below and said. Sure enough, not far below, there was a medicinal field. The area was extremely large, and it was verdant and lush, filled with all different types of divine medicines. These divine herbs were very neat and they were obviously cultivated by the primordial light clan members. Take them all and transplant them into the ancient desolation ring. Lu Ming glanced at Yuan Jiu Ji and the others before shifting his gaze to the herb field. Lu Ming and the others rushed toward the herb field. This made Yuan Siji and the others furious. They were completely ignored by Lu Ming. Set up the formation and stop them. Yuan Siji roared. His figure flickered as he set up a series of joint attack formations. In an instant, more than a dozen combined attack formations were set up. Among them, there were a total of 9 combined attack formations with 21 people. The others were all combined attack formations with 18 people. They knew that low-level combined attack formations would be ineffective against Lu Ming and the others. There are 9 combined attack formations with 21 people. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. However, it was normal. After so many years, at least tens of thousands of primordial light clan members had awakened. It was normal for there to be more combined attack formations. Shao Qing, go and pick the divine herbs. Leave these people to me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, and the others. He stood alone in the void with the battle god's spear in his hand and blocked the primordial light clan members. He was covered in a top origin grade armor and looked like a god of war. In the next moment, more than a dozen combined attack formations were in front of him. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted with a crazy aura. He threw out a palm strike and a piece of land appeared in the void. It was like a real world and pressed down on the combined attack formations. The land pressed down with overwhelming power and no one dared to underestimate it. More than a dozen combined attack formations turned into battle swords and battle sabers. All of them attacked the sky in an attempt to break the land. Boom! 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 The land kept shaking but the combined attack formations were also shaking. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming continued to attack. The battle god's spear vibrated and swept out. With 2 loud bangs, the war god's spear, which was as huge as a mountain, swept across the 2 huge battle swords. Chapter 4970. The war god's spear swept across the 2 huge swords. These 2 huge swords were formed from 2 21-people joint attack formations. However, the 2 21-man joint attack formations couldn't withstand Lu Ming's attack at all. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 swords were sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. The people who had set up the formations all coughed up blood. After sending the 2 21-man joint attack formations flying, Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He changed the direction of his spear and stabbed forward. Bam! Another joint attack formation was sent flying. The people who had set up the formation were all injured. The swords formed by the formation kept trembling and almost couldn't be stabilized. At this time, the people of the primordial light race had also defeated the continent formed by the primeval desolation form and started their counterattack. More than 10 swords slashed at Lu Ming's body, but they were all blocked by the top source grade armor. Lu Ming's body only staggered a little. Then, as if nothing had happened, the war god's spear swept out again. Boom! Another formation was blasted away. Lu Ming was simply like an invincible god of war. His attacks were bold and powerful, and he was invincible. Every move was able to send the joint attack formations flying. These joint attack formations were like rubber balls that couldn't resist at all. Bam! Finally, a combined attack array of 18 people could no longer withstand Lu Ming's attacks and was blasted apart by him. The people who had set up the formation were all sent flying. 7 of the 18 people who had set up the formation were blown up and died on the spot. The others were all injured and vomited blood. They didn't dare to stay any longer and frantically retreated. The others were also terrified, especially the 18-man joint attack formations. They were even more terrified and didn't dare to continue attacking. The 21-man joint attack formation could still exchange a few moves with Lu Ming. However, the 18-man joint attack formation was a little weak. It couldn't withstand more than 2 moves and would explode, unable to maintain the formation. Lu Ming alone blocked more than a dozen joint attack formations. On the other hand, Xianyanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others were crazily plundering the herb fields. They were like a whirlwind that swept away the clouds. Wherever they passed, even the ground was swept away. Soon, all the divine herbs in the field fell into the hands of Xianyanqing and the others. Lu Ming, we've finished plucking the divine herbs. Let's go and look for other divine herbs. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he joined up with Dandan and the others, rushing towards the other side of the Supreme Celestial Mountain. For a time, the dozen or so combined formations didn't dare to pursue. Quick, chase after them. They want to enter the mountain. Stop them. Origin Baji and Origin 9 Origin roared loudly, but they themselves did not dare to step forward. What a joke. With their strength, stopping Lu Ming was just courting death. Most likely, Lu Ming could stab them to death with a single spear. Chase after them. Yuan Siji gritted his teeth and chased after Lu Ming with Yuan Wuji and the others. Soon, Lu Ming and the others entered the territory of the Supreme Celestial Mountain. They could see that there were many valleys in the Supreme Celestial Mountain. Lu Ming knew that a large number of Origin Light Tribe members were sleeping in these valleys. At the same time, he could see that there were figures flashing in and out of the Supreme Celestial Mountain like ants. They were all members of the Origin Light Tribe. Since entering the Supreme Celestial Mountain, Lu Ming had discovered at least 100,000 members of the Origin Light Tribe. Moreover, most of the Origin Light Tribe members had very high cultivation bases. The weakest among them was at the Celestial Arch Realm. Half of them had even reached the Divine Master Realm. This was an unimaginable force. Compared to it, the Heaven Exterminating Army was thousands of miles away. Even the Heavenly Human Tribe couldn't compare. However, it was strange that all of them were at the Celestial Arch Realm or above. This didn't conform to the development pattern of a tribe. The development of a tribe would definitely be made up of people from all walks of life. Bottom, middle, top, it was impossible for all of them to be at the top. Why didn't the Origin Light Tribe have celestial thearchs, or even lower-level members? It was impossible for the Origin Light Tribe members to be born at the Celestial Arch Realm. This was impossible. It was unbelievable. A tribe from outside the chaotic universe? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Purple Heaven Cave, he already knew that the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands were all from outside the chaotic universe. Could they be invaders? Lu Ming's mind started to work quickly. Why would a tribe from outside the chaotic universe enter the chaotic universe and form the Forbidden Lands? Perhaps it was because these tribes were invaders. They had invaded the chaotic universe for some reason. In the end, for some other reason, they sealed themselves in a place and formed the Forbidden Lands. This would explain why the Origin Light Tribe members were all at the Celestial Arch Realm or above. This was because they couldn't have brought along their entire family when they invaded the chaotic universe. It was also impossible for them to bring along people of lower cultivation bases. Could the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands be invaders? If that's the case, What happened in the chaotic universe in the last era? Why did these tribes become the forbidden lands in the end? Lu Ming's thoughts continued to stretch. He thought about many things and more questions came to his mind. He knew very little about the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. The great desolate continent of the previous epoch was a magnificent era. It was many times more prosperous than the present. Legend had it that there was more than one immortal in the chaotic universe in the last era. It was an era where immortals fought for supremacy, unlike the current era where there was no immortal. There's also a herb field there. It's so big. It's several times bigger than the previous one. At this moment, Danden's excited exclamation interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. Indeed, there was a herb field below them. In this medicinal field, the desolate qi was excessively dense. It was almost materialized. This was an excellent place to plant divine medicines. Even from a distance, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted over. I'm sure there are origin divine herbs in here. Danden's nose kept twitching. He was almost drooling. They didn't hesitate and rushed towards the herb field. Yuan Ciji and the others were shocked. Quick, let's go and stop them. Yuan Ciji shouted. They rushed over madly with their joint attack formations. Who are you people? Get lost. There were also some Yuan Guang clan guards in the herb field. They shouted when they saw Lu Ming and the others. Kill. Ling Yue shouted coldly. She was very murderous. She drew her bow and shot dozens of arrows in an instant. Ling Yue's talent and potential were getting stronger and stronger. Her combat strength was also getting more and more shocking. Now that she had reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm, she was even stronger than the Lord of Heaven. The ordinary Yuan Guang clan couldn't resist at all. Dozens of them were shot to death. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others also attacked. They killed dozens of Yuan Guang clan members in an instant. The other Yuan Guang clan members didn't dare to stay. They all ran away. They easily entered the herb field. This herb field didn't have any experts guarding it. There were also no array formations. This herb field was in the Yuanji Divine Mountain. With the Yuan Guang clan guarding it, there was no need for any array formations. This made it easier for Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 4971. That's a top-tier source-grade divine herb. Dandan suddenly shouted in shock. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others were also shocked and their eyes widened. There was a clear spring in the herb field. It was only 1 meter wide and looked like a small pond. There were 2 divine herbs bathing in the pond. These 2 stalks of godly medicine were extremely mystical. On top of each godly medicine, there was a small stalk of godly medicine running around. They were both top-tier source-grade divine herbs. It was obvious that this herb field was extraordinary. There were actually 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs living here. Go, these 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs are ours. Dandan shouted excitedly. Of course, he didn't dare to be too loud for fear of disturbing the 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted. They moved like a bolt of lightning and approached the 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs in a flash. This spring water should be some kind of divine spring. The 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs were bathing in the divine spring and quietly nourishing themselves. They obviously didn't expect anyone to come after them. Top-tier source-grade divine herbs were very precious and mysterious. They were completely different from ordinary source-grade divine herbs. Ordinary source-grade divine herbs were mostly one-time use and would be gone after one use. However, top-tier source-grade divine herbs didn't need to be consumed whole. Instead, they could be used for a long time. Therefore, top-tier source-grade divine herbs could be cultivated for a long time. Top-tier source-grade divine herbs were treated very well. They could come and go freely in the primeval divine mountain and no one from the primeval light race would come after them. By the time the 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs discovered Lu Ming and the others, it was already too late. Xian Yanqing and Bubbles attacked at the same time, using the heavenly demon domain and the power of spacetime. Dandan quickly set up several trapping arrays. The two top-tier source-grade divine herbs rushed out of the divine spring and tried to escape. Lu Ming, how dare you! How dare you! At this moment, Yuan Siji, Yuan Wuji, and the others had already arrived. When they saw this scene, they roared furiously. Even in the Primordial Light clan, top-notch source-grade divine medicines were extremely rare and precious. The entire Primordial Light race didn't have that many, so they couldn't bear to give them to Su Xing. Now, Lu Ming and the others actually dared to make a move on a top-grade source-grade divine herb. This made them furious. Attack! Stop them! Yuan Cg, Yuan Wuji, and the others all made their moves. There were 6 people who attacked. 6 terrifying attacks rained down on Lu Ming. Invincible Divine Master. As soon as the other party attacked, Lu Ming knew that the 6 people who attacked were all invincible almighty existences. There were only 6 of them. This number was less than Lu Ming had expected. Lu Ming had thought that the Primordial Light tribe had at least 10 unrivaled divine masters. Actually, Lu Ming had misunderstood the scarcity of unrivaled divine masters. In fact, there were only 6 unrivaled divine masters in the Primordial Light race. Those who hadn't awakened yet didn't have any unrivaled divine masters. This was because they were in the midst of the origin tribulation. If the origin didn't appear, the unrivaled divine masters would be too useful. In addition, the Primordial Light race had invested a lot of resources to awaken unrivaled divine masters in the past. Although more than 100,000 members of the Primordial Light race had awakened over the past 8,000 years, there were only 6 unrivaled divine masters. In addition to the 6 of them, the combined attack of the 21 people was also rushing over. I'll stop them. Lu Ming's voice rang out. He held the Battle God's spear in his hand and retreated. The Battle God's spear stabbed at Yuan Ciji and the others. After all, the 2 top-grade source-grade divine medicines were like turtles in a jar. He didn't have to worry about them. 6 streaks of spear radiance shattered the void and exuded a terrifying power. Yuan Ciji and the other 5 people couldn't help but tense up. They were shocked. They attacked with all their might and used their strongest killing moves. Their killing moves were very similar. They all relied on the light in their bodies. For example, Yuan Wuji and Yuan Ciji had the red celestial light and the black moon celestial light. The others were similar. They all controlled a type of celestial light. Those who could become unrivaled divine masters were all light controllers. The 6 streaks of celestial light collided with the 6 streaks of spear radiance. Boom! Boom! On the other hand, Lu Ming only staggered a little before he steadied himself. Although Yuan Ciji and the other 5 people already knew about Lu Ming's combat strength, they still couldn't help but gasp. Their faces were grave. Lu Ming's combat power was beyond their expectations. He was able to fight the 6 of them head-on by himself. Moreover, he managed to force them to retreat. That kind of combat strength was terrifying. Although Lu Ming had defeated 16 invincible almighty single-handedly in front of the heaven-exterminating army's encampment, he had relied on the defensive power of the top-notch source-level armor to barge in and defeat them one by one. Now, Lu Ming had forced 6 unrivaled divine masters to retreat. In other words, the combined strength of the 6 unrivaled divine masters couldn't compare to Lu Ming. How could they not be shocked? Attack! Continue to attack! Yuan Ciji shouted. The 6 invincible divine lords continued to attack, unleashing 6 different attacks. Lu Ming continued to wield the war god's spear and attack. Now, Lu Ming mainly focused on defending. His goal was to let Xian Yanqing and the others successfully capture the 2 top soul-grade divine herbs and plunder the other divine herbs. If he charged forward like last time and took the initiative to attack, he could easily defeat Yuan Ciji and the other 5 people. However, this way, the other members of the Primordial Light tribe could take the opportunity to rush over and attack Xian Yanqing and the others, especially with their joint attack array. There was another series of explosions and the 6 unrivaled divine masters were forced to retreat. However, Enchanting and the others had finally succeeded. The 2 top soul-grade divine herbs were trapped by Dandan's array. Then, Enchanting and Autumn Moon each grabbed one and put it into their storage rings. Damn it! Enchanting and the others roared. They had already received a report that Lu Ming and the others had already taken one of their top soul-grade divine herbs. Now, there were 2 more, which made it 3. 3 top soul-grade divine herbs. This was a huge loss. It should be known that the Primordial Light tribe had only obtained 3 top soul-grade divine herbs in the Purple Heaven Cave. Therefore, they couldn't let Lu Ming and the others escape. Otherwise, they would lose 3 top soul-grade divine herbs. Enchanting and the other 5 launched a frenzied attack. The joint attack array also arrived. Get lost! Lu Ming roared, his fighting spirit boiling. Forbidden power circulated wildly as he struck out with his palm. A continent appeared and pressed down on the joint attack array. He put on his armor and began to counterattack. Chapter 49-72. Lu Ming started to fight back. Enchanting and the others had already taken the 2 top-level source-level divine herbs. Even if someone attacked Enchanting and the others, they could still fight back. They couldn't fight back before because they were afraid that the top-level source-level divine herbs would run away. Now, even if they were no match for them, they could still retreat with bubbles around. Enchanting and the others gathered together and started to search for other divine herbs. Their first target was the source-level divine herbs. There were at least a dozen source-level divine herbs in this herb field. They were the king herbs of this herb field and they were scattered in different areas. Buzz! The war god's spear vibrated and Lu Ming swept it out. This time, it wasn't aimed at the 6 of them. It was aimed at Enchanting alone. Enchanting alone couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. Even if he had the immortal light protecting him, it was useless. Under the attack of the war god's spear, the immortal light vibrated violently. Enchanting was sent flying like a ball. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. As for Lu Ming, although he was hit by the others, they were all blocked by the top-level source-level armor. Buzz, 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 the war god's spear vibrated continuously as Lu Ming attacked continuously. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, and the others followed in the footsteps of Enchanting and the others and were sent flying. In the distance, the other members of the Primordial Light race gasped when they saw this scene. It was terrifying. Lu Ming's combat power was terrifying. In their eyes, the invincible and invincible divine masters were so fragile in front of Lu Ming. They were like rubber balls that were sent flying by Lu Ming's moves. Was Lu Ming still a divine master? If the invincible divine masters were so weak in front of him, what about the ordinary divine masters? Wouldn't they be worse than babies in front of him? Wouldn't they be no different from ants? Kill! Lu Ming was full of fighting spirit. After sending the 6 invincible divine masters flying, he rushed to the array formation and attacked fiercely. Moreover, Lu Ming only focused on one of the formations and attacked fiercely. After a series of attacks, one of the formations was forcibly broken apart. The 21 people who had set up the formation were all injured, and 5 or 6 of them were killed. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming collected 5 to 6 carriers of the combined attack array. When Enchanting and the others saw this scene, their eyes almost split open. 6th brother, you go kill them. Everyone else, do your best to stop Lu Ming. Also, get someone to set up an origin grade formation. I want them all dead. Enchanting roared. Yuan Liuji immediately rushed towards Enchanting and the others. The situation is tense, let's retreat, Dandan shouted. Bubble immediately used the power of time and space to envelop everyone. Their bodies trembled, and the void rippled as they disappeared. Now that Bubble's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, her power of time and space was even more mysterious. Once she used it, even ordinary origins might not be able to take her down, let alone those at the same level. Even if she used the power of time and space to assist Xian Yanqing and the others, their speed would still increase greatly. Xian Yanqing and the others had almost reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm. Only Dandan was still at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. Dandan hadn't broken through because he didn't have the time. When everyone was in seclusion to break through, Dandan and the other array masters had to set up a formation. Then, the 3 forbidden races had attacked and retreated, so Dandan didn't have the time to cultivate. However, his array skills were mysterious, and he had many kinds of array skills. Together with the power of time and space, he was very fast. Yuan Liuji couldn't catch up with them. Damn it, Yuan Liuji roared, his face ugly. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming stared at another combined attack array and launched a fierce attack. He didn't care about the attacks of Yuan Liuji and the others. Anyway, he had the top source-grade armor to protect him, so he couldn't take much damage. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive attacks, another combined attack array was destroyed. When this combined attack array was destroyed, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to strike with his palm. A large piece of land was formed, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It enveloped all the people who had set up the array. How could these people resist Lu Ming's primeval style? Under the pressure of the continent, the bodies of the people who set up the array exploded and they died on the spot. Their combined attack array had all fallen into the hands of Lu Ming. This was a complete set of 21 people combined attack array. If he brought it back to the Heaven Destroyer, the Heaven Destroyer would have a powerful combined attack array and a top combat power would appear. Damn it, retreat. All combined attack arrays, retreat. Yuan Liuji roared. If this went on, the other combined attack arrays would be destroyed by Lu Ming and the carriers of the combined attack arrays would fall into the hands of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no weaknesses. His defense and attack were invincible. Yuan Liuji and the others attacked with all their strength to hold back Lu Ming so that the combined attack arrays could retreat. However, even so, there was still a combined attack array that was destroyed by Lu Ming in the end. Then, another group of people from the Yuanguang clan rushed over. This group of people from the Yuanguang clan were all elders. Each of them was holding a bone in their hands. It was the origin source bone. Dozens of elders from the Yuanguang clan surrounded the battlefield and kept inscribing runes. Humph, you want to set up an source grade array to deal with me? Lu Ming was stunned. He ignored Yuan Liuji and the others and rushed towards the elder. Swoosh! The battle god's spear pierced through the void and pierced the elder's forehead. Although the elder from the Yuanguang clan was a peak almighty, he was only an ordinary peak almighty. He was proficient in array formations but his combat strength was not strong. How could he fight against Lu Ming? The elder from the Yuanguang clan was killed with a puff. Lu Ming grabbed the elder's origin source bone and caught it in Lu Ming's hand. Afterward, Lu Ming charged toward another old man, scaring the old man so much that he took to his heels. It was impossible to set up an source grade array. It took time to set up an source grade array. It was impossible to set it up in an instant like the combined attack arrays. Why would Lu Ming give his opponents time to set up an array? The malevolent Yin beings had set up an array in advance and waited there. He attacked continuously and scattered the elders. Then, he returned to the herb field and started to plunder the divine herbs. Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others also returned to the herb field to plunder. Damn it, Yuan Liuji and the others stood in the distance and did not dare to attack. They knew that they could not do anything to Lu Ming. Attacking Lu Ming would only increase their losses. Damn it, we should have created a 36-man joint attack formation back then. Yuan Liuji said. A 36-people combined attack array is not that easy to set up. In an era without the origin source tribulation, a 36-people combined attack array is not very useful, but the cost is shockingly high, Yuan Liuji said. There were rules in the universe. Normally, a Divine Lord-level combined attack formation would have a maximum of 21 people. If he wanted to go any further, it would be nearly impossible for him to forge a formation that could accommodate even more people. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Chapter 4973. Almost impossible didn't mean it was impossible. It was just that the price was too high. Of the 21 people joint attack formation, there was only a 36 people joint attack formation that could possibly be refined successfully. However, the success rate was shockingly low. It might not even succeed once in 100 attempts because it went against the rules of the universe. Once the refinement failed, all the materials would be destroyed. The materials needed to refine a 36-man formation were extremely precious. Even a single failure would result in a huge loss. Even if it was refined successfully, it would be able to deal with an ordinary origin source. However, it wouldn't be able to deal with a powerful origin source. For a powerful race like the primordial light race, there were many origin source realm experts. There was no need for them to refine such a formation. Therefore, they were regretting it now. The combined attack of 36 people was several times more powerful than the combined attack of 21 people. Even if it could not kill Lu Ming, at the very least, it would not be a problem to block or force Lu Ming to retreat. Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. They swept across the herb field like a whirlwind. Wherever they passed, the divine herbs in the herb field would be swept clean. The primordial light race doesn't dare to attack anymore. Shall we continue? Dandan laughed heartily as he scanned the other areas of the source-level divine mountain. Delightful. This was really delightful. This was especially true when they saw the gloomy expressions on the faces of the primordial light tribe members, who looked like they were about to vomit blood. The primordial light race members were usually arrogant. However, they were now being toyed around by them. Furthermore, they could even plunder divine herbs wantonly. How could they not be delighted? Of course we have to continue. However, we have to prevent them from acting out of desperation. Those who have awakened their origin source realm experts, follow me closely. Once they awaken their origin source realm existences, enter the Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming said. All right. Xian Yanqing and the others nodded. Then, they stepped into the air and headed to other areas of the Yuanji Sacred Mountain. Damn it. They still want to go to other places. How greedy. Yuan Wuji roared. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. The other primordial light race members also roared. Awaken their origin source. Awaken a powerful origin source and kill Lu Ming. Yuan Wuji roared. Awaken anyone above the mid-origin source realm will die soon after awakening. Moreover, they will be under great pressure from the origin tribulation. I'm afraid they won't be useful. Yuan Wuji. Awaken Yuan Konghai. Yuan Wuji. Yuan Konghai. He comprehended Genesis techniques at the early stage origin stage. He has great talent and great potential. Is it worth it to do so just to deal with Lu Ming? Yuan Wuji. That's right, fourth brother. Lu Ming is wearing a top-notch source-level divine armor and has an expert who can control the power of time and space by his side. His life-saving ability is shockingly strong. Even Yuan Konghai may not be able to kill him. Yuan Liuji added. Yan Wuji and Yuan Liuji's words made Yuan Ciji hesitate. Okay. In the end, Yuan Wuji nodded and accepted Yuan Wuji's and Yuan Liuji's opinions. The main reason was that Lu Ming's life-saving ability was too strong. Even an early origin source realm expert might not be able to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the others searched the sky above the origin divine mountain. They wanted to find other herbal fields or top-tier origin divine herbs. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out of a valley on the source-level godly mountain. The aura of origin source. Lu Ming and the others immediately stopped and their faces turned solemn. The origin source race had finally awakened their origin source race expert. All of you, enter the chaos ring. Lu Ming said immediately. The origin source race's awakened origin source race expert was definitely not simple. Since they knew about Lu Ming's battle prowess, the awakened origin source race expert's battle prowess would definitely be extraordinary. There were too many factors affecting battle prowess in the origin realm. Even if they were both at the early origin source realm, the difference in battle prowess would be huge. If a top-tier expert came, Lu Ming would be in danger. Activating the Chaos Ring, a suction force spread out and pulled Xia Nianqing and the others into the Chaos Ring. Lu Ming retreated like a bolt of lightning and pulled away. At the same time, the armor on his body glowed and enveloped Lu Ming completely. He was ready for a great battle. Boom! The aura of an origin source race expert exploded and a streak of light shot out from the valley and stood in the void. It was an old man. His face was filled with wrinkles and his hair was fluttering in the wind. However, the light from his hair seemed a little dim. He looked at Lu Ming with deep killing intent. Even though he was old, as an origin source race expert, his lifespan was almost limitless. If nothing went wrong, he could still live for countless years. However, he was about to die because of Lu Ming. His hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. "Kid, you're courting death. Die." The old man from the Primordial Light clan roared furiously. His old body emitted a dazzling light as he charged towards Lu Ming. "Heaven and earth divine light art." The old man from the Primordial Light clan roared and thrust out his palms. Beams of light shot towards Lu Ming. An origin-grade divine weapon. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The old man was wearing a pair of gloves that emitted powerful undulations under the influence of forbidden power. It was clearly an origin-grade divine weapon. However, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the old man's attack wasn't an origin-grade divine weapon. It wasn't an origin-grade divine weapon. Lu Ming relaxed a little. Then, the war god's spear trembled as he unleashed the Sky Splitter move. Swish swish swish, spear light shot out and collided with the old man's attack. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out and rumbled continuously. After a series of collisions, Lu Ming felt a powerful force surge towards him. His body was pushed back 1,000 meters. On the other hand, the old man had only been pushed back a few hundred meters. A top-notch origin-grade divine weapon and a creature from a forbidden land. How rich! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The old man from the Primordial Light clan was only an ordinary early-stage origin-grade divine weapon. However, things were different when he had a top-notch origin-grade divine weapon. His battle prowess had skyrocketed. This could be seen from the Starfire Origin Supremacy's performance. In the beginning, the Starfire Origin Supremacy was only comparable to an invincible divine master. However, with the top-notch origin-grade divine weapon given to him by the Bone Demon, he was able to beat back 16 invincible divine masters. Die! The old man from the Primordial Light clan roared. In truth, he was extremely shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess. He finally understood why Yuan Siji and the others had wanted him to awaken. The old man from the Primordial Light clan charged towards Lu Ming again. Lu Ming was fearless. He wielded the war god's spear and fought the old man from the Primordial Light clan. Chapter 4974. Although the elder from the Primordial Light race wielded a top-tier source-grade divine weapon and possessed astonishing battle power, he was even stronger than the heavenly human race's awakened origin source. This was because the heavenly human race's awakened origin source had only wielded an ordinary source-grade divine weapon. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, his opponent couldn't completely crush him. The two exchanged dozens of blows, but Lu Ming managed to withstand them all. Awesome, awesome, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was truly satisfying to fight with such an opponent. He could give Lu Ming immense pressure at all times. In order to deal with his opponent's attacks, Lu Ming had to push his potential to the limit with every move he made. This way, his understanding of Genesis techniques became clearer and clearer. Although there was still a long way to go before he could fully comprehend them, at least he was getting closer step by step. While Lu Ming was fighting with the elder from the Primordial Light race, the other members of the Primordial Light race weren't idling around. The experts who were proficient in formations were setting up source-grade formations in important places around them. The existence of an origin source could only last for half a month at most. After that, it would die and dissipate. They had to set up source-grade formations during this time. When the time came, even without an origin source, they could use the source-grade formations to prevent Lu Ming from getting any closer. Lu Ming exchanged a few more blows with the elder from the primordial light race before his figure rapidly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" The elder from the primordial light race roared as he chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. However, Bubble had already come out of the chaos ring and enveloped Lu Ming with its space-time power, causing Lu Ming's speed to soar. He instantly shook off the elder from the primordial light race. The elder from the primordial light race was unwilling to give up, but he knew very well that his purpose of awakening was to protect the source-grade sacred mountain. Although he was unwilling, he could only retreat and stop above the source-grade sacred mountain to prevent Lu Ming from attacking. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared in the distance. After observing for a while, he sighed softly in his heart. He knew that it was unlikely that he would gain anything from the primordial light tribe. As soon as he got close, the origin source would stop him. Meanwhile, the array formation masters of the primal light tribe were constantly setting up array formations. As long as the source-grade formation was complete, Lu Ming would not be able to get close. However, even if the primordial light race couldn't reap any more rewards, there was still one place that might be able to reap some rewards. Vast Scarlet Sea. He had never been to the Blue Skull Sea before. At the thought of this, Lu Ming turned around and left, disappearing into the void. He was heading towards the direction of the Tsangju Sea. After a period of time, Lu Ming appeared near the Blue Sea. The Tsangju Sea, as its name implied, was an ocean. There was a vast ocean in the void of the universe. However, there were many islands in the vast ocean. The central island was the largest. Around this island, there were a large number of small islands, at least thousands of them. Thousands of small islands surrounded the large island like stars surrounding the moon. "Dandan, is there a formation in the Blue Sea?" Lu Ming asked Dandan. In fact, Dandan had been observing with rapt attention for a long time. After a while, Dandan said, "Of course there is a formation. The islands of various sizes in the Tsangju Sea are the foundation of the formation. These islands form an extremely terrifying formation. I'm afraid its grade is no lower than the formation on the origin grade sacred mountain." "Oh. Does that mean that even origin grade existences can't activate it?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "Apart from this formation, are there any other formations? For example, the origin grade formation?" Lu Ming asked. "No. Like the origin grade sacred mountain, there are none," Dandan said. Lu Ming was delighted. These forbidden lands were all the same. They were all overconfident. Apart from an extremely terrifying formation, there were no other formations. Of course, they were confident for a reason. If it were not for the origin crisis, they would have been able to stop or even kill powerful enemies with their terrifying formation. Not to mention, there were countless experts living in the forbidden lands. Who knew how powerful they were? Moreover, there were barely any experts in the primeval universe now. Even during the origin crisis, there were still a shocking number of experts. Just who would be bold enough to barge into their territory? They had never thought that a freak like Lu Ming would appear. "Then, let's take it." Lu Ming smiled. He charged into the Tsangju Sea with Dandan and the others. Not long after, the vast Scarlet Sea turned upside down, causing great chaos. Just like the origin grade sacred mountain, the Tsangju Sea was planted with a large number of heavenly herbs. Lu Ming and the others plundered them without restraint. Their harvest was even greater than the origin grade sacred mountain. They had actually obtained a total of 4 stalks of top-notch source-grade divine herbs. In the end, the Tsangju Sea adopted the same strategy as the origin grade sacred mountain. They awakened their origins and stopped Lu Ming. The others began to set up the origin grade formation. At this moment, Lu Ming retreated calmly. This time, their harvest was huge. They had obtained a total of 7 peak origin grade heavenly herbs from the origin grade sacred mountain and the Tsangju Sea. This was an incomparably huge harvest. In addition to the 3 they had obtained previously, they now possessed a total of 10 peak origin grade heavenly herbs. Most likely, the number of peak origin grade heavenly herbs in a forbidden land was not much more than theirs. The Origin Light race and the Tsangju Sea were naturally furious. They wanted to awaken a large number of origins and kill their way to the Heaven Destroyer to destroy it. However, they restrained themselves in the end. It was not worth it. Although a few origin-grade heavenly herbs were precious, it was not worth sacrificing so many origin-grade powerhouses. Moreover, the origin crisis would be over in a few hundred years anyway. It would not be too late to destroy the Heaven Destroyer after the origin crisis was over. Let them be arrogant for a while longer. After Lu Ming and the others returned to the Heaven Destroyer's base, they sent out experts to pay close attention to the outside world. Lu Ming was still a little worried that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands would madly seek revenge. However, in the end, he found that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands did not act rashly. Peace returned to the universe. The various forces were wary of each other. The 3 races of the Forbidden Lands, the heavenly human race, were wary of Lu Ming and did not dare to invade. The 3 races of the Forbidden Lands had learned their lesson. They used their origin-grade bones to set up many origin-grade formations in their respective territories. Lu Ming naturally did not dare to attack these Forbidden Lands again. The universe entered a rare period of peace. Everyone gathered resources and quietly developed, waiting for the origin crisis to pass. Dandan went into seclusion. His cultivation was still at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. He had to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm as soon as possible to better set up the origin-grade formations. In the Heaven Destroyer, where Lu Ming lived, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Gu Mo, Bubbles and the others gathered together. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Ming's hand. This was because Lu Ming was holding a top-grade origin-grade divine herb in his hand. I heard that top-notch source-level divine medicine can be used repeatedly. One can extract a drop of original spirit medicinal liquid every month. Bubbles blinked and stared at the top-notch original spirit medicinal liquid in Lu Ming's hands. Chapter 4975. The most precious aspect of peak source-grade divine herbs was that they could be used repeatedly. Every month, a drop of origin spirit elixir could be extracted from a peak source-grade divine herb. A single drop of origin spirit elixir contained the essence of a source-grade divine herb. Its effects were extremely shocking. Someone had once estimated that 12 drops of origin spirit elixir were equivalent to an ordinary source-grade divine herb. If a single year of production was equivalent to an ordinary source-grade divine herb, how many source-grade divine herbs would it be equivalent to? Moreover, unlike ordinary source-grade divine herbs that could only be absorbed by origin realm experts, the origin spirit elixir could be absorbed and refined by peak god lords. It would be of great help in breaking through to origin realm. This was the most precious aspect of peak source-grade divine herbs. Even the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds did not have many of them. It was no wonder that they would go mad with rage after losing a few. Let's begin. Lu Ming's hands danced as strands of forbidden energy flew out and enveloped the peak divine herb. He then began to refine it according to the method of refining the elixir. Refining the origin spirit elixir was a delicate task that needed to be done slowly. It could not be rushed, or it would harm the peak source-grade divine herb. Around 2 hours later, a drop of elixir was extracted from the divine herb, giving off an extremely dense medicinal fragrance. To the side, Xian Yanqing hurriedly took out a jade bottle and stored the drop of origin spirit elixir within. He then closed the bottle to prevent its effects from leaking out. After refining it, Lu Ming placed the peak source-grade divine herb into the ancient desolate ring. The current environment of the continent in the ancient desolate ring had changed drastically. The desolate qi was many times denser than before. This surprised Lu Ming. The continent in the ancient desolate ring seemed to be the same as the great desolate universe, recovering at the same time. Lu Ming was very curious about the origin of the ancient desolate ring. What was the relationship between the ancient desolate ring and the ancient desolate continent? The environment in the ancient desolate ring had improved, and the various divine herbs planted within were lush and full of vitality. Their effects were shocking. The peak source-grade divine herbs that had been refined would recover much faster in the ancient desolate ring. Refining a drop of origin spirit elixir a month was under good conditions. If one's recovery was not good, it would be very difficult to refine a drop. Even if he managed to extract it, it wouldn't be effective. However, within the Great Desolate Ring, refining 1 drop a month was definitely not a problem. After releasing this stock, Lu Ming and the others entered the Great Desolate Ring. They captured another stock and continued to refine the Origin God medicinal elixir. Just like that, they spent an entire day refining the 10 top-grade source-grade divine herbs, producing 10 drops of Origin God medicinal liquid. 1 drop for each of us. Lu Ming separated the 10 jade bottles and gave each of them a drop. Lu Ming, I think you should keep some more. There's only a few hundred years left before the crisis. If the resources are too scattered, none of us will be able to break through to reciprocity. If we concentrate all of it on you, you'll only have a chance at breaking through to reciprocity after a few hundred years. The myriad gods were the first to speak. I think so too. Among us, Brother Lu Ming is the most powerful. After breaking through to reciprocity, he'll be the most powerful as well. He'll break through better than any of us. Bubble chimed in. Xianyanqing, Qiu Yu, and Ling Yue said nothing. They were just too close to Lu Ming after all. If they suggested it first, it would not be too good. It would be best for the myriad gods and Bubble to suggest it first. I don't need it anyway, so I'll give my share to Lu Ming. On the fairway. Bone Demon and Tang Jun nodded when they heard everyone say that. They directly ignored whether Dandan agreed or not. No, we obtained these source-grade divine herbs together. How can I keep them all to myself? Lu Ming shook his head. He was not a selfish person. In the end, everyone came to a decision. 5 of the 10 stalks of source-grade divine herbs would go to Lu Ming, while the other 5 would be split equally among Xianyanqing, Qiu Yu, Dandan, and Bubble. Among them, Qiu did not need the Origin Spirit Elixir, so it was equivalent to Bone Demon, Qiu, Xianyanqing, Qiu Yu, Ling Yue, Bubble, Dandan, Tang Jun, Myriad Gods, and the Bone Demon. Everyone split the 10 drops of Origin Spirit Elixir equally and cultivated separately. Lu Ming sat down and ingested a drop of Origin Spirit Elixir. As soon as the Origin Spirit Elixir entered Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming could clearly sense that there were glowing objects in the elixir. They were extremely profound. Lu Ming knew that these glowing objects were origin imprints. Reciprocity existences could mainly refine treasures that contained origin imprints and increase their cultivation. The most important component of source-grade divine herbs were origin imprints. The same was true for the Origin Spirit Elixir. However, the origin imprints in the elixir were much gentler and gentler, so they could be absorbed by peak god lords. The origin imprints in other treasures were extremely domineering and difficult for peak god lords to absorb. The origin imprints in the Origin Spirit Elixir entered Lu Ming's body and circulated through Lu Ming's meridians before gathering in the origin seed, causing the origin energy in the seed to become even more powerful. As the origin energy grew stronger, the seed would grow larger and larger, becoming fuller and fuller. Breaking through to reciprocity was a necessary process. The process of breaking through to reciprocity from peak god lords first involved constantly strengthening the origin seed. Once the origin seed reached its limit, it would take root and sprout. The origin seed would grow roots that would extend downwards and take root beneath the living being. Above, roots would grow and extend upwards, breaking through the top of the head and connecting with the vast universe. Only then would it be considered as true origin. Lu Ming still had a very long way to go before he could reach this step. He refined the Origin Spirit Elixir very quickly. Before long, a single droplet had been completely converted into origin energy. Lu Ming could clearly sense that the origin seed had become slightly larger. The strength of the origin energy had increased as well. The Origin Spirit Elixir really is worthy of being called the Origin Spirit Elixir. Its effects are truly astonishing. If I could ingest a droplet every day, I would be able to break through to reciprocity in less than 100 years. Lu Ming pondered. However, this was just a pipe dream without a doubt. Ingesting a droplet of Origin Spirit Elixir every day would only be possible if he possessed 30 peak source-grade divine herbs. However, that was impossible. After refining a droplet, Lu Ming still had 4 droplets. Lu Ming did not consume any more. The effects of continuously ingesting the Origin Spirit Elixir were not very good. He needed time to consolidate every droplet. Refining a droplet a day would yield the best results. A day later, Lu Ming took out another droplet of Origin Spirit Elixir and began to refine it. Just like that, 5 days later, all 5 droplets of Origin Spirit Elixir were refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's origin energy had become 30% stronger than before. 30% could not be underestimated. When Lu Ming used his divine weapon, he could last even longer. Chapter 4976. Time passed quickly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had been cultivating for the past half a year. Every month, he would refine 10 top-grade source-level divine herbs into Origin God medicinal liquid. 5 drops were given to Enchanting and the others, while he kept 5 for himself. He had made rapid progress in the past half a year. With this speed, he estimated that he would only need 500 years to reach the level of quintessence. This was already an extremely terrifying speed. It should be known that countless peak Almighty existences had stayed at the peak of the Almighty for an endless amount of time, and that was measured in stellar years. A single stellar year was equivalent to 10 billion years. Moreover, Lu Ming's taboo power took longer to improve and required more resources. This speed was already heaven-defying. In the past half a year, Danden's cultivation had also reached the peak Almighty level. After reaching that level, Danden joined the ranks of setting up source-level formations. I've been in seclusion for half a year. Let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming stepped out and left the place of seclusion. In the void, the heavenly river. Lu Ming and Enchanting strolled along the heavenly river, hand in hand. They looked like a couple of immortals. The two of them had not been so relaxed for a long time. They chatted casually. They did not talk about cultivation or the current situation of the universe. They only talked about trivial matters, such as Lu Shenhuang and their granddaughter, Lu Qi. When they talked about Lu Qi, Enchanting could not help but complain. Lu Qi was almost 10,000 years old, but she was still alone. She had no intention of finding a partner. It's all your fault. You've raised that girl's standards. I've talked to her several times, and she always said that she had to find a prodigy whose talent is no weaker than Grandpa's. Even if he's not as good, he can't be too far behind. Where can she find one in such a short time? Enchanting began to complain again. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled. Sigh, it's wrong to be too talented. Look at how beautiful you are. Enchanting cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming and said, why don't you try to persuade that girl? When that time comes, she'll be an old lady and won't be able to get married. Don't worry about it. How could my granddaughter, Lu Ming, not be able to get married? Besides, what's the big deal about cultivators living 10,000 years? They're still very young. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming said with a smile. What do you mean I'm worried for nothing? Look at the divine wilderness. They have been married for so many years and they only have one girl, Qi. How can I not worry? Enchanting glared at Lu Ming. Oh, so it's because you don't have enough children and grandchildren. Then let's work hard ourselves. Lu Ming revealed a mischievous smile and chuckled. Enchanting blushed. Lu Ming hugged Enchanting's waist and entered the Great Desolation Ring in a flash. There was only a Great Desolation Ring floating by the heavenly river, flashing. For the next half a month, Lu Ming accompanied Enchanting and worked hard. You accompany me every day. Aren't you afraid that Autumn Moon and Yue will be jealous? It's rare for you to have time now. Go accompany them. Enchanting said. Little Qing, is what you said true or false? When did you become so magnanimous? Lu Ming subconsciously replied. But the moment the words came out, Lu Ming knew that it was bad. He wished he could slap himself. Sure enough, Xian Yanqing's beautiful eyes widened as she stared hatefully at Lu Ming and said, "What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm narrow-minded?" "Absolutely not. I swear to the heavens." Lu Ming immediately swore to the heavens. "Humph, you don't want to go, right? Then forget it." Xian Yanqing said faintly. "Little Qing, you are the most magnanimous person in the world. There is no better woman in the world than you." "Then I will go first." After saying that, Lu Ming walked away. "This guy, I knew it," Xian Yanqing sighed. Heaven Destroyer's base station. In a beautiful forest, there were many courtyards. The forest was rich with desolation qi and the environment was very good. This was where the Lu family lived. The population of the Lu family had increased to an astonishing level. There were hundreds of millions of them and all of them lived in this vast forest. Among them, the most central and spacious hall was where Lu Ming's parents lived. In the courtyard, Autumn Moon was chatting with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. As they chatted, Li Ping brought the topic to children. Lu Ming only had 2 descendants, Lu Shenhuang and Lu Qi. They felt that there were too few of them. "Autumn Moon, it has been so many years. Are you still not pregnant?" Li Ping suddenly asked. Autumn Moon blushed and shook her head. No. Is Ming neglecting you? That kid only knows how to cultivate." "Humph, I will talk to him another day." Li Ping snorted. No. Why would young master neglect Autumn Moon?" Autumn Moon quickly shook her head. "Not yet. You have been here for almost 2 months and he has not come to you even once." Li Ping said unhappily. "Madam, he really didn't. I just heard that the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to get pregnant," Autumn Moon explained in a low voice. "Dad, Mom, Autumn Moon, what are you talking about?" Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice came from the sky. Lu Ming flew over with a curious look on his face. However, he was smiling bitterly in his heart. With his level of cultivation, he could hear them from afar. However, he had to pretend that he didn't hear them. "Ming, you came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about," Li Ping said. "Mom, I have something to talk to Autumn Moon about. Let's talk another day." "Autumn Moon, let's go." Lu Ming quickly pulled Autumn Moon away and ran for their lives. He knew very well that if Li Ping were to chat with him, she would definitely complain for a while, and it would not end until a few hours later. In another courtyard, Lu Ming and Xiao Yu's figures flashed and they appeared in this courtyard. "Young master, you just heard it?" Autumn Moon blushed and didn't dare to look at Lu Ming. She knew Lu Ming's level of cultivation. With Lu Ming's level of cultivation, how could he not hear it? "I heard it. So, we have to work hard." Lu Ming sighed. Autumn Moon blushed and nodded. Then, a breeze blew and the two entered the room. Half a month later, Lu Ming appeared in the sky above a forest. In the center of the forest, there was a towering tree that pierced through the sky. It was so huge that it looked like the world tree. This tree was the elf tribe's sacred tree. It grew from the seed of the sacred tree that Lu Ming gave it. This was the habitat of the elf tribe. The elf tribe was almost wiped out by the heavenly palace. Their population was declining. Over the years, they had been working hard to increase their population. After almost 10,000 years, the population of the elf tribe had increased greatly. Their population had increased, but the number of experts was not high. This couldn't be helped. The birth of an expert required time. 10,000 years wasn't enough time for an expert to be born. Chapter 4977. However, now that the great desolate universe had recovered, the former universe ruins had long become a cultivation holy land. The cultivation conditions were many times better than before, and the cultivation speed of cultivators was also many times faster than before. In just 10,000 years, several divine lords and hundreds of divine lords had already been born in the elf clan. In the past, this was unimaginable. 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye for a divine realm existence. Any divine realm existence would be in seclusion for more than 10,000 years. According to this development, it was only a matter of time before the elf clan recovered to the level before they were annihilated. At the top of the elven holy tree, there was a luxurious palace. At this moment, Ling Yue was having a meeting with the upper echelons of the elf clan. Without a doubt, Ling Yue sat at the head of the table. In the elf clan, whether it was in terms of cultivation or identity, Ling Yue was undoubtedly the number one person. In the sky above the elven holy tree, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared. Ling Yue seemed to have sensed something and raised her head to look up. Other than Ling Yue, none of the other elves discovered it. "All right, let's call it a day," Ling Yue said, and the others took their leave. After the others left, Lu Ming silently appeared in front of Ling Yue. "You still remember to come and find me? I thought you had forgotten about me." Ling Yue rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, her eyes full of resentment. "How is this possible? As soon as I finished my cultivation, I immediately came to find you." As Lu Ming spoke, he walked over and held Ling Yue's small hand. Ling Yue's small face blushed slightly, and she allowed Lu Ming to hold her hand. "Let's go out for a walk." Lu Ming stopped Ling Yue and strolled in the sky above the elf clan. In the following month, Lu Ming accompanied Ling Yue, and the relationship between the two of them was also rapidly improving. In an extremely secretive underground secret room of the quasi-immortal race, 5 figures were waiting respectfully. One of them was Tsang Qiong. However, the current Tsang Qiong's face was somewhat pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Judging from his aura, Firmament was only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. Back then, Firmament's cultivation had been at the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. It was clear that in Purple Heaven Paradise, Firmament had used the Immortal's brand without any regard for the consequences. Although he was lucky enough to keep his life, his cultivation had plummeted. Not only that, but his foundation had also been damaged. It would be impossible for his cultivation to improve in the future. At the side, the other 4 higher-ups of the Quasi-Saint tribe sighed in their hearts. Originally, with Tsang Qiong's talent, his future was limitless. But now, a genius had fallen, and there was no longer any possibility for him to improve. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the underground chamber. This aura was as brilliant as the might of the heavens, supreme and eternal. Tsang Qiong and the others became energetic, as their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Could it be that their ancestor, a transcender, had awakened? The aura rose, but it didn't last for long before it was quickly restrained. In the next moment, the space within the secret chamber rippled and a figure appeared. This figure was very small, only the size of a palm, and its entire body was filled with mysterious multicolored light. However, one could still see that it was a very handsome young man. He was filled with domineering aura as he looked down on all living beings. Upon seeing this figure, the 5 people led by Tsang Qiong were ecstatic. Then, they bowed respectfully and said loudly, "Descendant Tsang Qiong. Tsang Luo pays respect to ancestor. Get up." The palm-sized figure waved his hand, and a force lifted Tsang Qiong and the others. "Ancestor, could it be that you have completely recovered?" Tsang Qiong looked at this figure expectantly. This figure was the ancestor of their quasi-saint tribe, and also their greatest trump card. This was because this was a transcender, a true immortal, an invincible existence who had survived from the previous era's primitive continent. However, this immortal had been seriously injured in the previous era's war and had been in a deep sleep. For countless years, the quasi-saint tribe had been enduring silently and keeping a low profile. Their goal was to secretly collect treasures to cure this immortal. However, how could it be so easy to cure an immortal? The treasures needed to cure an immortal's serious injury were too high level. Even in the previous era's primitive continent, they were top-notch treasures. It was too difficult to find them in the broken primitive universe. However, the immortal's molt in Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven gave the quasi-saint tribe hope. The immortal's molt was the essence left behind by an immortal expert. It was a peerless treasure and would definitely be helpful for their ancestors' recovery. Therefore, Tsang Qiong did not hesitate to activate the immortal's mark to fight for the immortal's molt. How could it be so easy to completely recover? The ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe shook his head and continued, however, the immortal's molt is very useful. It has already helped me recover about 50%. Only 50%? Sung Qiong and the others were disappointed. You don't have to be disappointed. It is already very difficult to recover 50%. I have already recovered a part of my strength and can heal myself. As long as I spend some time, the remaining 50% will recover sooner or later. The ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe said. Sung Qiong and the others were delighted again. Ancestor, can you help? Sung Qiong asked. If an immortal were to help, even if he was seriously injured, his battle strength would be extremely terrifying. Not to mention the 3 races of the forbidden area, he would be more than enough to wipe out the heavenly human tribe, the evil demons, and the heaven destroyer. Moreover, the experts of the 3 races of the forbidden area could not come out during the Great Origin Tribulation. They would definitely be able to seize some of the top treasures of the primitive universe. For example, the human monarch's body. Once they controlled these top treasures, even if the future situation was chaotic, the quasi-saint tribe would at least have some power to protect themselves. Unfortunately, Sung Qiong and the others were immediately disappointed. The old man of the quasi-saint tribe shook his head and said, under the Great Origin Tribulation, even an immortal would be greatly affected and would not be able to help. In addition, the current primitive universe is broken. The core of the universe is broken, and the laws and profundities are incomplete. It is difficult for it to withstand the power of an immortal. Once an immortal takes action, I am afraid this universe will not be able to withstand it and completely collapse. Then, all the living beings trapped in it will be buried along with it, including the immortal. The broken primitive universe cannot withstand the power of an immortal? Then, those immortals in the primitive universe suddenly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that they did not die in battle? Sung Qiong seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in a low voice. Back then, the primitive universe was full of experts and immortals. There were many amazing people. How could they all die so easily? I guess the universe was broken and could not withstand their power, so they moved. The ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe said. Moved? Where would they move to? Sung Qiong was puzzled. Chapter 4978. The people of the quasi-immortal tribe were puzzled. Transferred? Wasn't there a rumor that the primitive universe was destroyed and everyone was buried, including those immortals? Could it be that some people didn't die and left the primitive universe? Where did they go? I don't know. The old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe shook his head and said, this world is bigger than you think. I don't know where they went, but I'm sure that those experts from the previous era didn't die and will return one day. Well, it's too early to think about these questions. Speaking of this, the old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe looked at Sung Qiong and said, Sung Qiong, you did well this time. As long as it can help with the old ancestor's injury, I'm willing to die 1,000 times. Sung Qiong said respectfully. Yes. The old ancestor of the quasi-immortal race nodded his head in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this junior and continued, you have contributed greatly this time. I won't treat you unfairly. Your talent is also not bad. I will open the immortal refining pool for you to cultivate for 3 years. Hearing this, Sung Qiong was ecstatic and kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, old ancestor. The other 4 experts of the quasi-immortal tribe were envious, but of course, they were also gratified for Sung Qiong. What kind of place was the immortal refining pool? It was the place where the old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe slept after he was seriously injured. It was extremely helpful to immortals, let alone others. Especially to the quasi-immortal tribe, it had a heaven-defying effect. Moreover, entering it to cultivate for 3 years was a heaven-defying fortune. Ordinary people couldn't even enter it to cultivate for a day. Although Sung Qiong was seriously injured in the fight for the immortal molt and his foundation was damaged, as long as he cultivated in the immortal refining pool for 3 years, his foundation could definitely be repaired and even improved. Follow me. The old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe nodded and walked toward the depths of the secret chamber. Sung Qiong hurriedly followed. In the following period of time, Lu Ming spent a few days every month refining the Origin Spirit medicinal liquid and the rest of the time accompanying Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, and of course his parents. At the same time, he would also find time to teach a few disciples. His two disciples, Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli, had both entered the Divine Master realm. This speed could be said to be very fast. Of course, it also had something to do with the current cultivation environment. The current cultivation environment was much better than before. In addition, Lu Ming had given them a huge amount of resources, and the two of them were originally very talented. It was normal for their cultivation speed to be fast. However, Lu Xiangxiang's cultivation level was higher. She had already reached the 4th level of the Divine Master realm, while Ouyang Moli had just broken through to the Divine Master realm not long ago. In fact, over the past 10,000 years, the number of people who had broken through to the God Lord level in Heaven Destroyer had greatly increased. In 10,000 years, the Heaven Destroyer gained 2,000 Divine Masters. This was an astonishing number. It should be noted that in the past 60 stellar years, the Heaven Destroyer had only accumulated a total of 5,000 to 6,000 almighty. In the past, no one would have believed that he could increase it by 2,000 in 10,000 years. Not only had the number of almighty increased, but most of the original almighty had also broken through. The number of people at the 9th level of the Divine Master realm and at the peak of the Divine Master realm had increased. Of course, it was not only the Heaven Destroyer that had increased in strength. The other forces were about the same. The evil demons, the celestial humans, and other races, such as the former top 10 races, had more and more experts. There were constantly people breaking through to the Divine Master realm. In the past, it had been extremely difficult for a God Emperor to break through to the Divine Master realm. Now, however, the difficulty had decreased significantly. In fact, it was not that the difficulty had decreased, but that the current cultivation conditions were too good. When people broke through, they had more resources at their disposal. Naturally, the chances of breaking through were higher. It could be said that the universe was developing in a flourishing direction. In addition, Lu Ming's two in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, had also reached the God Emperor realm. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. After 50 years, under the cooperation of Dandan and many formation masters, several source-grade formations had finally been set up around the Heaven Destroyer's base. These source-grade formations were set up with various precious metals and origin bones as the foundation. They were shockingly powerful and had both offense and defense. Now, not to mention the 16 invincible almighty, even the 16 powerful origin realm experts would be in danger. If they were not careful, they might even be killed by the source-grade formations. The power of source-grade formations was not just for show. Ordinary origin realm experts would not be able to withstand them. Once the formations were set up, the Heaven Destroyer was finally relieved. A huge weight had been lifted from their hearts. At least before the origin tribulation was over, the Heaven Destroyer's base was safe. The 3 races of the Forbidden Area and the celestial humans could no longer threaten the Heaven Destroyer's base. In the past few years, the Heaven Destroyer had not stopped sending people to search for clues about the human king's heart, but to no avail. It was not only the Heaven Destroyer. The celestial humans, the quasi-immortals, the evil demons, and the 3 races of the Forbidden Area had also sent people to search, but to no avail. Almost all the areas occupied by the major forces had been searched. On this day, Lu Ming left the Heaven Destroyer's base and headed towards the Baleful Een race. He was not going to the Baleful Een race, but to the original universe's starry sky. In the past few years, he had become more and more worried about the safety of Mulans and Huang Ling. Back then, Mulans and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered an ancient teleportation formation and entered an ancient starry sky path. No one knew where they had gone. However, now that the universe's starry sky, including 1/3 of the universe's ruins, had been searched, there was no trace of Mulans and Huang Ling. This made Lu Ming very worried. Could it be that Mulans and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered the territory of a powerful race and were killed by that race? After all, Mulans and Huang Ling's cultivation back then was too low. there were many people in the universe who could kill them. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to find out where Huang Ling and Mulans had gone. Of course, Lu Ming brought Dandan with him. Now that Dandan's formation skills were many times stronger than before, he might be able to repair the ancient teleportation formation that had exploded. The universe's starry sky was shrouded in dense baleful yin qi. This baleful yin qi had terrifying power and could turn ordinary creatures into baleful yin qi monsters. However, with Lu Ming and Dandan's cultivation, it was very easy for them to block this baleful yin qi. The two silently walked towards the ancient teleportation formation. With their speed, it did not take long for them to arrive. Dandan, take a look and see if this teleportation formation can be repaired. Lu Ming said. Let me study it first. Dandan surrounded the exploded ancient teleportation formation and carefully observed it. The more he looked, the tighter Dandan's frown became. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Could it be that with Dandan's attainments and formations, he could not repair it? Dandan looked for 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. Chapter 49-79. Dandan, how is it? Lu Ming hurriedly asked as soon as he saw Dandan stop. This teleportation formation is very, very old. It's definitely not something that can be set up by people of this era. It's also very mysterious. It actually contains 108 transformations that intertwine with each other to form 72 combinations. Dandan began to rattle on. Cut the crap. Just tell me, can you fix it? Lu Ming interrupted Dandan. Why are you in such a hurry? You're not calm at all. Don't you know who I am? How can a mere teleportation formation be difficult for me? Although it's very difficult to restore this teleportation formation, and it's impossible for others to succeed. Dandan squinted at Lu Ming and was very unhappy that Lu Ming interrupted him. If he didn't tell him the difficulties of this ancient teleportation formation, how could he show his extraordinary strength? This guy is not cooperating at all. Lu Ming was too lazy to care about Dandan's thoughts. When he heard that it could be repaired, he relaxed and smiled. Dandan, then I'll have to trouble you. If you need any help, just let me know. Lu Ming said. Of course, some precious materials are indispensable to restore this ancient teleportation formation. I'm afraid it'll take a few months. Immediately, Dandan told him the materials he needed. They were indeed top-grade materials. Lu Ming had some of them, and some of them could only be found in the Heaven Destroyer. The two returned to the Heaven Destroyer and prepared all the materials. After that, Dandan began to restore the ancient teleportation formation. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months later, a brand new teleportation formation appeared in front of them. I've heard that this teleportation formation is one way. Is that true? Lu Ming asked. Dandan shook his head and said, I might have misjudged it. After I repaired it, I found that this teleportation formation is not one way. It's two-way. Two-way? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and then he asked, do you know where this teleportation formation leads to? During the restoration process, I vaguely felt that it leads to the depths of the universe ruins, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Dandan said. The depths of the universe ruins? Where is it? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Now, almost 1/3 of the universe ruins that had been explored had been searched, but there was no trace of Mulans and Huang Ling. However, there was another saying in the depths of the universe ruins. The remaining unexplored universe ruins could also be called the depths of the universe ruins. Could it be that the ancient teleportation formation leads to the remaining unexplored universe ruins? If that's true, who built this ancient teleportation formation? According to Dandan, the method of setting up this ancient teleportation array was very ancient. If it was not from this era, then it must be from the previous era. However, it was impossible for it to have been set up in the previous era. This was the universe, and these planets had undergone the evolution of the universe. How could an ancient teleportation array from the previous era be preserved? Then who was the one who built it? Creatures of the forbidden area? Heavenly human race? Or quasi-immortal race? Buzz. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, the newly repaired teleportation formation suddenly trembled slightly, emitting a dazzling light. Countless runes flashed on it. What's going on? Why is the ancient teleportation formation activated? Dandan cried out in shock. Is there a creature coming from the other side of the teleportation formation? Lu Ming said. They didn't activate the teleportation formation, but the teleportation formation was activated. There was only one explanation. The other side of the teleportation formation was activated. Was there a creature coming from the other side? Could it be Mulans and Huangling? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. It wasn't impossible. Perhaps, back then, Mulan and Huangling had mistakenly entered this ancient teleportation formation and entered a strange place. Because the teleportation formation here had exploded, they could not return and were trapped there. Now that the teleportation formation was repaired, it was very likely that Mulans and Huangling activated the teleportation formation to return. Lu Ming couldn't help but have a lot of expectations in his heart. But in the next moment, Lu Ming and Dandan's pupils suddenly shrank. In particular, Lu Ming looked disappointed. Because a figure appeared on the teleportation formation platform. This figure couldn't be either Mulans or Huangling. Although it was enveloped by the dazzling light, one could still see that it was a very tall and sturdy figure. It was about 3 meters tall. Moreover, other than its normal hands and feet, there were 4 black shadows behind it. It was as if it had 4 extra arms. It couldn't be Huangling or Mulans. Lu Ming and Dandan looked at each other. They couldn't help but take a step back, ready to fight. In the next moment, the light on the teleportation formation disappeared completely. The figure was completely exposed in front of Lu Ming and Dandan. It was a man. His entire body was black. Only his face was snow white and his whole body was emitting a cold aura. The 4 black figures behind him didn't have 4 arms but 4 spider legs. Yes, they looked exactly like spider legs and were extremely sharp. What kind of race was this? Lu Ming and Dandan's hearts jumped. They had never seen such a race before. Among the thousands of races in the universe, they had never seen such a race before. The man's eyes were extremely cold. He glanced at Lu Ming and Dandan, revealing a cold murderous intent. You, come over and kneel down. Then, tell me in detail about the situation here, the strange creature said coldly. His voice was cold and harsh, but it was filled with ferocious murderous intent. It was as if he would attack and kill Lu Ming and Dandan if they didn't agree. However, would Lu Ming and Dandan be afraid of him? Lu Ming could already tell that this strange creature was a peak divine master. But why would Lu Ming be afraid of a peak divine master? Even an invincible divine master wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. As long as it wasn't Origin, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of anything. I was just about to ask you, who are you? Where did you come from? Also, have you seen these 2 women? Tell me the truth and I can spare your life. Lu Ming asked. Boom! This strange creature was like an ignited bomb. A terrifying aura spread out. The cold murderous intent seemed to condense into a solid substance. You're courting death. The strange creature shouted coldly. A black light shot toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning and aimed at Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming could clearly see that this was a spider leg on the strange creature's back. It was as sharp as a spear. Its power is about the same as the strongest Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming's lips curled into a disdainful smile. As soon as the other party attacked, he could tell that this strange creature's combat strength was equivalent to the strongest Heaven Lord. Lu Ming didn't care about such a person at all. Chi! Lu Ming didn't even take out a weapon. He just stabbed at the spider leg with his finger. Chapter 4980. Clang! Lu Ming's finger collided with the spider leg. It was as if 2 spears had collided in the air. There was a loud bang. Lu Ming did not move at all. On the other hand, the strange creature's spider leg trembled violently and bent into an arc as if it was about to break. In the end, the strange creature was forced to retreat for a few hundred miles before it stopped. It looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. It was obvious that Lu Ming's strength had exceeded its expectations. What a tough spider leg, Lu Ming muttered. Although he did not use much strength in his previous attack, it was still not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Even a top-tier divine weapon would be destroyed. However, the spider leg of the strange creature was unscathed. In terms of toughness, it was almost as tough as a source-level divine weapon. You're quite strong. You deserve my full strength. The strange race's eyes flashed with tyrannical emotions. Then, an armor appeared on his body. This armor not only covered his body, but also the 4 spider legs on his back, like 4 javelins. Then, the strange creature's body flashed and charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. The 4 spider legs on its back moved at the same time and stabbed toward Lu Ming like 4 spears. It was obvious that the strange creature had used all its strength in this attack. With the help of the armor, the power of the attack had increased tremendously. It was almost as strong as Prince Guangxian of the Yuan Guang clan. However, Lu Ming did not take this combat power to heart. The war god's spear appeared and he thrust it out. 4 beams of spear gleams burst forth and pierced the 4 spider legs of the other party. The tip of the spear against the tip of the wheat. Clang! 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 There were 4 consecutive sounds of metal clashing. Then, a figure was pushed back. It was the strange creature. Dense cracks could be seen on the armor that wrapped around its spider legs. You, the strange creature finally panicked. Its eyes were filled with fear. Its armor was a source-level divine weapon. However, it was cracked by Lu Ming. This meant that the spear in Lu Ming's hand was of a higher level than its armor. Its combat strength was also terrifying. It could not deal with such a person at all. There's actually a hidden expert among the humans. I've never seen him before. This person is not someone I can defeat. It's best to run. The strange creature's mind raced. Then, it turned around and ran toward the ancient teleportation formation. How could Lu Ming let it go? Whoosh! Lu Ming unleashed all his combat power. He took a step forward and appeared above the head of the strange creature. The war god's spear smashed down on the strange creature like a huge mountain range. Rumble. Heaven and earth. The strange creature's heart skipped a beat. He used all his strength and crossed his 4 spider legs, trying to block the war god's spear. However, in the face of Lu Ming, who had unleashed all his combat prowess, he was too far behind. Boom! The war god's spear smashed into the 4 spider legs, causing them to tremble violently. Then, with a loud bang, they exploded. That's right, even the armor on top of it had exploded. The strange creature screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Suddenly, runes appeared on the ground and formed a formation. The strange creature smashed into the formation and a part of its power was dissipated by the formation. This was Dandan's doing. Otherwise, the planet would definitely explode if she hit the ground. The strange creature coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Its face was pale and almost all its bones were broken. It lay there motionless. Lu Ming had held back a part of his power at the critical moment. Otherwise, the spear would have destroyed the strange creature. Tell me, where are you from? Have you ever seen 2 women? Lu Ming asked coldly as he stood above the strange living creature, looking down at it from a high vantage point. You dare to kill me? I'm from the 9 demonic spider race. If you dare to kill me, the 9 demonic spider race will never let you go. The strange creature roared. 9 demonic spider race? Lu Ming and Dandan were confused because they had never heard of this name. This doubt flashed in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems that you want to die. Puff. The divine battle spear pierced through a gap in the strange creature's armor. A small spear aura entered the strange creature's body and kept stirring, destroying its muscles and bones. The strange creature screamed in agony. After a while, it finally stopped. I'll talk, the strange creature gasped for breath. It couldn't hold on any longer. It knew very well that Lu Ming was not afraid of the 9 demonic spider race at all. If it continued to resist, it would die. Immediately, it told the story in detail. Lu Ming and Dandan were shocked after hearing it. Because according to what the strange creature said, it actually came from the unexplored 2/3 of the universe ruins. It came from a forbidden place called the 9 demonic ruins. The owner of the 9 demonic ruins was the 9 demonic spider race. He had never seen Mulans and Huang Ling before. He accidentally found an ancient teleportation path and followed it to this place. Another creature from a forbidden place, and it came from the remaining 2/3 of the universe ruins. Lu Ming and Dandan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In fact, many people in Heaven Destroyer had speculated that there might be more than one forbidden place in the universe. Sanxiong had also revealed this before. In the Eldritch continent of the last era, there were definitely more than 3 such forbidden places. Currently, there were only 3 forbidden areas that had been explored. Obviously, the remaining 2/3 of the area that had not been explored would also have creatures from the forbidden areas. Now, the appearance of this 9 demonic spider proved this point. I've already said what I need to say. Actually, I don't know much. I accidentally entered an ancient land for more than 10,000 years. Then, I entered this ancient transmission road. I don't know what's going on now. Alright, just give me a quick death. The strange creature said. He knew that Lu Ming and Dandan would not let him go. It was almost impossible for him to live. He only wanted a quick death. As you wish. Lu Ming killed the strange creature with a spear, then reached out and grabbed a storage bag from the creature's waist. At the same time, the armor on the creature's body was also stripped off by Lu Ming. This armor was a source-level divine weapon. Although it was broken, it could be eaten by Qiuqiu. Then, Lu Ming rummaged through the creature's storage bag. They were all divine weapons or materials. They were of little use to Lu Ming. There was no second source-level divine weapon in it. Although the creatures in the forbidden places were rich, they did not have several source-level divine weapons. The creature was only a divine master. It was good enough that he had one source-level divine weapon. Chapter 4981. Although they didn't find any other source-grade divine weapons in the storage pouch of the 9 demonic spider clan, they did find a map. Forbidden energy was injected into it, and a map appeared in the air. This map was abnormally huge. It floated in the air and occupied an area of several miles. On the map, there were specks of light and threads. If one zoomed in on a certain area of the map, one could see that these specks of light were fragments of continents. Those threads were similar to the Milky Way. Could this be a map of the unexplored universe ruins? Lu Ming and Dandan were overjoyed. Let's compare. Dandan took out another map. This map was a map of the universe ruins that had already been explored. Now, all the major forces had already explored 1/3 of the universe ruins and created a more complete map. When the 2 maps were placed together, they actually fit perfectly. Both of them were overjoyed. This was definitely a map of the remaining 2/3 of the universe ruins. When the 2 maps were placed together, they formed a map of the entire universe ruins. This is good stuff. If we want to explore the remaining 2/3 of the universe ruins in the future, this map will be of great use. Dandan said. This was because the universe ruins were very dangerous. There were many terrifying and dangerous places. Even Origin Realm cultivators would be in danger if they rashly entered. The reason why the experts of the major forces in the universe could come and go as they pleased in the universe ruins was because of the map they had created. Some of the dangerous places on the map were marked out. This was written with blood. Of course, this map wasn't created by the joint efforts of the major forces, but it was a combination of their strength. For example, if the Primordial Light clan explored a piece of the universe ruins and created a detailed map of the universe ruins, they would make a large number of copies of this map for the Primordial Light clan to use. Some of the Primordial Light clan's maps would fall into the hands of other clans, such as the Heaven Destroyer. The Heaven Destroyer would use the areas it had explored and the Primordial Light Clan's map to complete its own map. The complete map would be copied and used by the Heaven Destroyer and then fall into the hands of other clans, such as the Baleful Een race or the Heavenly Human race. Just like that, each faction would obtain a map created by the other factions. This way, after integrating the areas explored by each faction, a complete map would be produced. This kind of map was no longer a secret among the major forces. Almost everyone had a copy. I'll be able to use it soon. Lu Ming muttered. You want to go to the depths of the universe ruins? Dandan looked at Lu Ming. That's right. It's time to go. Lu Ming said. In fact, even without the matter of the 9 Een demonic spider race, Lu Ming still planned to go to the depths of the universe ruins and explore the unexplored 2/3 of the area. That was because the human monarch's heart had not been found in the ruins of the universe that had been explored. There was only one possibility: the human monarch's heart was in that unexplored region. This reason alone was worth Lu Ming's trip. Moreover, he now had a more important reason. Mulans and Huang Ling were very likely to have gone to the depths of the universe ruins through the ancient star path. With Mulans and Huang Ling's cultivation, going to the depths of the universe ruins was extremely dangerous. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, he had to find the two of them. Moreover, now was the best time to enter the depths of the universe ruins. Now that there was an origin tribulation, with Lu Ming's combat strength, he could almost do whatever he wanted as long as he avoided those dangerous places. Once the Great Tribulation of Origins was over, all the origins would appear and the experts in the Forbidden Grounds would run out. By then, there would be nothing left for Lu Ming to do. At that time, going to the depths of the universe ruins would be even more dangerous. You want to go through this ancient star path? Dandan asked. He knew Lu Ming very well and immediately guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming did intend to go to the depths of the universe ruins through this ancient star path. Firstly, it was convenient, and secondly, he could track the whereabouts of Mulans and Huang Ling. When do you plan to set off? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Dandan knew Lu Ming's decision and asked again. I plan to find Sung Cheong first and ask about the situation of the previous era's prehistoric continent. At the same time, I want to know more about the major forbidden areas before setting off. Lu Ming said. The ancestor of the quasi-sage tribe was an immortal, so Tsang Cheong must know a lot about the previous era's prehistoric continent. Lu Ming found that no matter what happened in the universe ruins, it would involve the previous era. Whether it was the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the Human King's body, Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, or even the creatures of the forbidden areas, the Heavenly Human race, and the demons, they were all related to the previous era's prehistoric continent. There must be a huge secret hidden in it. However, his understanding of the previous era was very limited, which was very inconvenient. The more he knew about the prehistoric continent, the more advantageous it would be for him to go to the depths of the universe ruins. I'll go with you, so we can take care of each other. Dandan said seriously, which was rare for him. He wasn't bragging. Although his battle strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's, in terms of formations, he was 100 streets ahead of Lu Ming. In some special occasions, he would be more useful. Moreover, formations were mysterious and unfathomable. Even in a battle, they were very useful. With his help, Lu Ming would naturally be more convenient for him to go to the depths of the universe ruins. However, Lu Ming shook his head and said, I can go on this trip alone. You'd better stay in the station. The station's formations need your maintenance. Without the origin source, in the Heaven Destroyer, no one could compare to Dandan in terms of formations. If there were any changes to the Heaven Destroyer station's source-level formations, Dandan would be needed. There was another reason. This trip to the depths of the universe ruins was dangerous and unpredictable. Not only Dandan, but Lu Ming also planned to bring Qiuqiu with him and not bring anyone else. Why would he bring Qiuqiu? Because Qiuqiu would only be able to obtain the greatest harvest by following him. If he stayed in a certain place, Qiuqiu wouldn't be able to improve much. Instead, it would be a waste of his talent. Dandan, don't tell Shaoqing, Autumn Moon, and the others about this first. Otherwise, they will most likely follow, Lu Ming warned. If Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others knew about this, they would most likely be worried about him going to the depths of the universe ruins alone and would follow him. Again, this trip was dangerous and unpredictable. If Lu Ming went alone, it would be more convenient for him to move around freely. Alright, I'll set up some formations nearby and pay attention to the situation here at all times. After Dandan finished speaking, he began to set up the formations. The main thing was to monitor the formations so as to prevent any changes to the transmission formations after they left or even the appearance of other creatures. After setting up the formations, they headed towards the Quasi-Saint tribe together. With Lu Ming's current reputation, who in the universe didn't know about him? When the Quasi-Saint tribe saw Lu Ming's arrival, they hurriedly went to report. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Tsang Qiong. Chapter 4982. In the living room, Lu Ming and Tsang Qiong sat as the host and guest. Brother Lu, it's been a few decades since we last met. You're even more glorious than before. Congratulations, Tsang Qiong said with a smile. Brother Tsang is too polite. Aren't you the same? Lu Ming said. He was not being polite, but speaking the truth. Lu Ming was really surprised. Tsang Qiong's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. Lu Ming was not surprised that Tsang Qiong had reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. After all, Tsang Qiong also had a set of divine tea leaves. With the divine tea leaves, reaching the peak of the Divine Master realm was a matter of course. What surprised Lu Ming was something else. In Lu Ming's eyes, Tsang Qiong was like a burning torch. His vitality was extremely vigorous, and he seemed to have a terrifying power that could erupt at any time. In particular, the mark between Tsang Qiong's eyebrows gave off a lofty aura. This aura made Lu Ming feel a trace of pressure. In the Divine Master realm, only an invincible Divine Master could make Lu Ming feel a trace of pressure. Could it be that Tsang Qiong had the strength of an invincible Divine Master? Tsang Qiong must have experienced something in the past few decades. He must have obtained a heaven-defying fortune. Tsang Qiong smiled confidently and said in high spirits, Brother Lu, why have you come looking for me today? I mainly want to ask you about the primitive continent. How much does Brother Tsang know about the primitive continent? Please enlighten me. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you're being too polite. Now that you and I are in the same situation, it's natural for us to support each other. I'll tell you everything I know. The Eldritch continent is vast and boundless. All the continents in the universe, including the planets in the universe, are broken from the Eldritch continent. Brother Lu should know this. Tsang Qiong said. Lu Ming nodded. Not only is the primitive continent vast, but it also has unique cultivation conditions. It can be said that it was a golden age for cultivation. Experts were as common as clouds and immortals roamed freely. Origin realm existences were nothing at that time. It was truly a glorious era. I wish I could have been born in that era. Firmament sighed, his eyes filled with yearning. Lu Ming also yearned for it. One could imagine how glorious that era was when immortals roamed freely. Compared to the current scene of devastation, the difference was like heaven and earth. In that era, although there were many races on the Eldritch continent, there were only 3 races that truly ruled the world: the human race, the demon race, and the Wu people. Firmament continued. The monster clan and the Wu people? What's the difference between them and the Wu people now? Lu Ming asked. In the current universe, there were also demons and Wu people. On the universe 10,000 races list, there was a Wu people. He was very powerful and had a great feud with Lu Ming in the past. As for the demon clan, there were even more. Not to mention the vast 1,000 worlds of the primitive universe, even the small 1,000 worlds had a large number of demon clans. The Divine Wilderness continent, where Lu Ming was born, was home to a large number of Fae that stood on equal footing with humans. There's a world of difference. Firmament shook his head and said with a hint of disdain, the so-called demon clan in the current universe is spread across the universe and even the small 1,000 worlds. They're not pure demon clans at all. My race speculates that those demon clans evolved from the flesh and blood of the demon clan in the last era when the universe evolved. Evolved from the flesh and blood of the demon clan in the last era? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He felt that it was very possible. The universe evolved from part of the ruins of the universe. The original bodies of those planets were part of the Eldritch continent. At the end of the Eldritch continent, there was an earth-shattering war and countless overlords died. The flesh and blood of those overlords evolved along with the universe and gave birth to all kinds of creatures. The first creatures that were born were the primitive entities. The primitive entities evolved from the flesh and blood of the overlords in the last era. This was no secret. As for the human race, it was likely that they evolved from the flesh and blood of the overlords in the last era. This could be proven by the Yen clan on the Heavenly Star continent. The Yen clan on the Heavenly Star continent was actually a human race and probably evolved from the human king bloodline. Therefore, the demon clan in the current universe evolved from the Eldritch continent's demon clans. However, the demon clan today is no longer pure demon clans. They're at most mixed blood descendants of the Eldritch continent's demon clans. Their talent and bloodline are far inferior to the Eldritch continent's demon clans. According to the ancient records of my race, the Eldritch continent's demon clans devoured the universe and were extremely powerful. Some of the most talented ones could become demon immortals and dominate an era. That's the real demon clan. As for the Wu people today, they're even more inferior to the Wu people of the Eldritch continent. They're not related to the Eldritch continent at all. As far as I know, the Eldritch continent's Wu people don't cultivate their souls. They mainly cultivate their bodies. Some of the Eldritch continent's shamans have extremely strong bodies and are immortal. They can fight against immortal-level overlords with their bodies alone. How terrifying is that? How can the current Wu people compare to them? After Tsang Qiong finished speaking, Lu Ming couldn't calm down for a long time. The history of the Eldritch continent's demon clan and the Wu people of the Eldritch continent was brilliant and their strength was beyond his imagination. However, wasn't it said that the human clan was the strongest in the Eldritch continent? Then how amazing was the strength of the human clan? However, no matter how strong the Eldritch continent's demon clan and the Wu people of the Eldritch continent are, they can't be stronger than the human clan. There's no doubt that the human clan is the most powerful clan in the Eldritch continent. It's said that there was a history of 3 clans fighting for supremacy in the Eldritch continent. The demon clan and the Wu people could only compete with the human clan when they joined forces. Indeed, Tsang Qiong told Lu Ming everything that he knew without holding anything back. Later, Lu Ming asked about the creatures in the forbidden area. Tsang Qiong knew very little about the creatures in the forbidden area. However, he told Lu Ming everything he knew. Lu Ming benefited a lot. He had gained a lot from this trip. At least, he had a rough outline of the Eldritch continent of the last era in his mind. He wouldn't be as ignorant as before. After chatting for a few hours, Lu Ming got up and said goodbye. Thank you for your teachings, Tsang Qiong. Lu Ming will remember it. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Brother Lu, you're welcome. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Tsang Qiong smiled. The reason why he was like this was, of course, because of Lu Ming's talent. In fact, at first, he wanted to get rid of Lu Ming, but now, he completely changed his mind. He planned to befriend Lu Ming. As he learned more about Lu Ming, he found that Lu Ming's talent was really heaven-defying. If Lu Ming continued to develop, his future would be limitless. Moreover, Lu Ming had a forbidden body and controlled the power of the universe. The stronger his cultivation, the stronger the suppression on the creatures in the forbidden area and the heavenly human clan. However, it was more advantageous for the Quasi-Sage tribe. The Quasi-Sage tribe was a creature of the Eldritch continent. The stronger the power of the Eldritch continent's universe, the more advantageous it would be for them. Chapter 4983. Lu Ming and Dandan left the Quasi-Saint tribe and returned to the ancient teleportation array. Dandan, help me hide it for a while. If Shaoqing and the others ask, just say that I'm in closed-door cultivation to comprehend Genesis techniques. Lu Ming said. In any case, at their cultivation level, it was common for them to go into closed-door cultivation for hundreds or thousands of years. By then, Lu Ming should have returned. Don't worry about me. Lu Ming, you have to take care of yourself. Don't die. Dandan said. Don't jinx it, I'm leaving. Lu Ming waved his hands, took a step forward and entered the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated and Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. Lu Ming felt as though he was traveling through the void at an incredible speed. It didn't take long before his body shook and appeared in a new place. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared on top of an altar. This altar was, in fact, a teleportation array. It looked very ancient and was filled with traces of time. Afterward, Lu Ming scanned the area and sized it up. The place he was in was a small continent. It looked like a fragment of a continent, but the area was very small. There was a layer of light around the fragment, enveloping it as though it was isolated from the world. Where is this? It should still be in the explored ruins of the universe. Lu Ming speculated. 1/3 of the explored ruins of the universe was already astonishingly large. Lu Ming didn't believe that there was a teleportation array that could cross such a long distance in one go. This place was most likely still in the 1/3 area. It was just that this place should have never been discovered. Perhaps this place is sealed in the depths of the void and is difficult to find outside. Lu Ming speculated. This point could be seen from the light around the fragment. Moreover, Lu Ming tried to fly out, but there was a force that stopped him. This further proved Lu Ming's speculation. This place was very likely just a transit station on the ancient starry sky path. Lu Ming searched the fragment. Sure enough, Lu Ming found an ancient altar not far away. Lu Ming speculated that this altar was a teleportation array that led downwards. I don't know who built this teleportation array. Let's look around and see if there are any clues. Lu Ming pondered for a while before he started to wander around the mainland fragment. The mainland fragment was not big and Lu Ming soon explored it. Unfortunately, he didn't find any clues. Lu Ming could only continue to step onto the teleportation array. With a flash of light, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. Lu Ming appeared on a small fragment. This small fragment of the continent was similar to the previous one. It was also sealed in the depths of the void and could not fly away. They could only leave by using the teleportation array. Lu Ming circled around but did not find anything. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to step onto the teleportation array. After being teleported 6 times in a row, on the 7th time, there was finally a change. Lu Ming found that he was actually teleported to a small mountain. The small mountain was very small, only about 100 meters high. The mountain peak was flat and there was a stone house built on it. In front of the stone house, there was an ancient teleportation array. Lu Ming's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. There was actually a stone house here. Who built it? Was it built by the creature who built the teleportation array, or by Mulans and Huangling? Lu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked towards the stone house. As he approached the stone house, Lu Ming found that there was a small pool on the right side of the stone house, but the pool had dried up. Lu Ming glanced and entered the stone house. The stone house was very simple. There was only a stone table and a stone bench. Only a stone bench? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was very likely that this was not built by Mulans and Huangling. There were 2 of them. If it was built by them, there was no reason to only build a stone bench. There are words on the table. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that the stone table's surface was engraved with words. However, these words were carved in the language of the primeval continent of the previous era. Lu Ming was even more certain that the stone table and the stone house was not left behind by Mulans and Huangling. Lu Ming carefully identified it. Over the years, he was not completely idle in the Heaven Destroyer. He also took the time to learn the language of the previous era and could recognize most of it. After a while, Lu Ming carefully read the words on the stone table. His eyes were full of surprise and doubt. As expected, these teleportation arrays were built by a mysterious existence, Lu Ming whispered. According to the literal meaning, the owner of the stone house had built many teleportation arrays to form an ancient road. As for why he had built them, it did not say. Then, the owner of the stone house had left some opportunities here. It turns out that the small pool outside the stone house is called the Creation Jade Pool. It contains the Creation Jade liquid and has a heaven-defying effect. However, it has dried up now. Could it be that Mullins and Huang Ling have absorbed it? Lu Ming thought to himself. Because according to the deduction of the expert of the 9 demonic spider clan, Mullins and Huang Ling had entered the ancient road of the stars earlier than the 9 demonic spider clan and must have arrived here earlier. Then, if anyone had absorbed the Creation Jade liquid, it was most likely Mullins and Huang Ling. There were other opportunities that Mullins and Huang Ling might have obtained. Of course, this was all Lu Ming's speculation. He did not know the specific facts. There are words on the ground too. Lu Ming continued to observe and found a few lines of delicate and small words on the ground of the stone house. Lu Ming took a look and could not help but be overjoyed. This was left by Mullins. Lu Ming was very familiar with Mullins' handwriting. It could not be wrong. The literal meaning was that Mullins and Huang Ling had mistakenly entered this place and obtained the opportunities here, but it was difficult for them to return. The two of them had waited here for decades. When they saw that Lu Ming did not come, they continued to take the teleportation array. It also reminded him not to worry if Lu Ming came and saw the message. Phew! Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. At least it proved that Mullins and Huang Ling were fine here and had obtained the heaven-defying opportunities. Senior Sister Mullins, Huang Ling, please be safe, Lu Ming said in his heart. After patrolling around and making sure that there were no other traces, he stepped onto the teleportation array in front of the stone house. A ray of light flashed and Lu Ming disappeared from the teleportation array platform. After that, Lu Ming went through another 5 teleportations. In the last 5 teleportations, he did not find anything strange and no words were left behind. However, there was no danger along the way and he did not encounter any living creatures. This made Lu Ming feel more relieved. If there was no danger, then Mulan and Huang Ling should not be in any danger either. As long as they did not encounter any living creatures in the forbidden area. After another teleportation, Lu Ming came to a fragment of a continent. But this time, Lu Ming was surprised. Because the surroundings of this fragment of a continent were not sealed. It was not in the depths of the void but suspended in the void of the universe. The fragment of the continent was filled with a strong primitive aura. Chapter 4984. Lu Ming deduced that this was a fragment of a continent in the ruins of the universe. However, he did not know if it was the 1/3 of the area they were in or the 2/3 of the unexplored area. After so many teleportations, they might have reached the 2/3 of the unexplored area. However, Lu Ming was not happy. Instead, he frowned. In that case, he would not be able to figure out the whereabouts of Mullins and Huang Ling. Did Mullins and Huang Ling continue to be teleported down along the ancient starry sky path, or did they leave this fragment and wander in the ruins of the universe? In the end, Lu Ming decided to explore this fragment of the continent to see if Mullins and Huang Ling had left any clues nearby. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and began to explore. The area of this continent was not large. Soon, the entire continent was explored by Lu Ming. There is no way down. Is this the end of the ancient starry sky path? Lu Ming's face was gloomy. This was because he had explored the entire continent once, but he did not find a way to go down. Previously, there were 2 teleportation platforms every time. One was for him to teleport here, and the other was for him to teleport downwards. However, on this fragment of the continent, there was only the teleportation platform, but there was no teleportation platform to teleport downwards. What was going on? Was this the end of the ancient starry sky path? Or was the teleportation platform not on this fragment of the continent, but on another fragment of the continent? It was not impossible, but it was very unlikely. Lu Ming felt that there was a higher probability that this was the end of the ancient starry sky path. Mullins and Huang Ling had left after arriving here. And the experts of the 9 demonic spider clan had most likely set off from here to the starry sky of the universe. I hope Senior Sister Mulans and Huang Ling will be fine. Lu Ming sighed. He did not know where to find them in the ruins of the universe. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided to leave, step by step. With a flash, Lu Ming left the continent and flew into the distance. Not long after, Lu Ming judged according to the map that Lu Ming should have come to the depths of the universe ruins. He had come to the 2/3 of the unexplored area. Moreover, Lu Ming also discovered that the cultivation environment here was surprisingly good. It was even better than the area Lu Ming and the others were in. Any random continent fragment was lush and full of life. There were even many continent fragments that had large amounts of divine herbs growing on them. However, the level of these divine herbs was not high. Lu Ming did not waste time picking them. Suddenly, Lu Ming, who was flying, could not help but stop. Because since a few minutes ago, Lu Ming had always felt a cold murderous intent locked onto him. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. However, after flying for a few minutes, the killing intent didn't leave. Instead, it continued to follow him. This was a problem. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He also spread out his spiritual awareness, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. Swish! At this moment, there were ripples in the void behind Lu Ming. Following which, a black ray of light pierced toward the back of Lu Ming's head. It was extremely sharp. At the same time, a black ray of light shot out from Lu Ming's left and right. It was like a divine spear that stabbed toward Lu Ming's vital points. It was as fast as lightning. This kind of sneak attack could be said to be seamless. If caught off guard, an ordinary peak god lord would not be able to block it and would be killed. However, was Lu Ming an ordinary peak god lord? Lu Ming suddenly retreated, dodging the attacks from his left and right. As he retreated, he reached out and grabbed the attack from behind. What attacked him from behind was not a weapon, but a leg, an insect's leg. A spider leg. A 9 demonic spider. Lu Ming's mind whirled as he roared, "Get out here!" He exerted strength in his palm and flung it out. Immediately, a figure was flung away, and a terrifying force exploded one of the spider legs. Whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. The 3 figures were all more than 3 meters tall and looked like humans. However, they each had 2 spider legs on their backs. Yes, only 2. One of them even had only 1 spider leg. Because one of them had been blown up by Lu Ming, he stared at Lu Ming with a pale face full of murderous intent. Although the number of spider legs on their backs was different from the 9 demonic spider Lu Ming had killed in the universe, Lu Ming was sure that these people were from the 9 demonic spider race. This kid is very strong. I'm afraid we're not his match. Why don't we retreat first and let the stronger experts deal with him? I think so too. A few of the 9 demon spiders discussed via voice transmission, and then quickly retreated. Lu Ming frowned. Just a moment ago, they had joined forces to assassinate him, but now they wanted to leave. Was Lu Ming so easy to talk to? All of you, stay here. Lu Ming coldly snorted and grabbed out with his hand. A massive palm appeared in the void and grabbed at his opponents. Lu Ming could clearly see that these 3 9 demonic spiders were only 9th-tier god lords. Lu Ming didn't care about them at all and could deal with them with a casual palm. Not good. The 3 9 demonic spiders sensed the terror of Lu Ming and paled as they used all their strength to block. But how could mere 9th-tier god lords block Lu Ming's attack? As the palm pressed down, 2 screams rang out. 2 of the 9 demonic spiders screamed as their bodies exploded, their souls extinguished. Only 1 9 demonic spider survived. However, it wasn't because this person was strong enough to block Lu Ming's attack, but because Lu Ming had shown mercy, deliberately letting him go so that he could get some information from him. Also, why didn't the other party ask about the situation before attacking him? Although he had killed a four-legged nine-ined demonic spider, these people didn't know about it, so there was no reason for them to kill him as soon as they met. Was it because he was a human? Although this was possible, after all, during the era of the primitive desolate continent, the creatures of the Forbidden Lands and the human race could be said to be enemies. But Lu Ming still wanted to ask and investigate the current situation in the depths of the ruins of the universe. Although that four-legged nine-ined demonic spider had said a lot in the starry sky, it only knew about the situation from 10,000 years ago. This was because the nine-ined demonic spider clan was the first batch of nine-ined demonic spiders to awaken. They had awakened 10,000 years ago. Thereafter, they accidentally entered a mystic place to look for opportunities. However, they were trapped in the mystic place for more than 10,000 years. Although they managed to break out, they entered the ancient starry sky road and met Lu Ming and the rest. Therefore, that nine-ined demonic spider didn't know about the current situation in the depths of the ruins of the universe. According to that four-legged nine-ined demonic spider, only a few hundred nine-ined demonic spiders had awakened at that time, and the ruins of the universe were still desolate. Chapter 4985. According to the four-legged nine-ined demonic spider, Lu Ming came up with a timeline. Most likely, Mulan and Huang Ling had entered the ancient star road earlier, while the four-legged nine-ined demonic spider had entered the ancient star road later. According to the nine-ined demonic spider, he didn't meet Mulan's and Huang Ling on the ancient star road, so they should have missed each other. Lu Ming thought for a while, then looked at the nine-ined demonic spider in front of him and said, "Tell me, why do you want to kill me?" "Humph, I know you're here to help, but we found the top source level divine herb first. You humans are despicable and shameless. You interfered halfway and took the top source level divine herb. How can we let you live? Let me tell you, I just sent out the news. The experts of my nine-ined demonic spider will be here soon. Kid, you're just one person. Only death awaits you." The two-legged nine-ined demonic spider glared at Lu Ming with cold and crazy eyes. "What did you say? Human race?" Lu Ming exclaimed. As for the threat, Lu Ming completely ignored it. He only cared about the information that the other party revealed. Human race. The other party said that the human race took their top source level divine herb. There were humans in the depths of the universe ruins? Where did they come from? Were they the descendants of the experts of the universe who ventured into the depths of the universe ruins? Or were they born in the depths of the universe ruins, like the Yen clan of the stellar sky continent? In any case, Lu Ming couldn't stay calm. According to the four-legged nine-ined demonic spider, when he had just woken up, only a few hundred nine-ined demonic spiders had woken up. In addition, experts from several other forbidden lands had woken up, but there were no humans at all. They had explored many areas and didn't see any humans. Then, where did the current human race come from? Human race? Are they really humans? How many of them are there? How strong are they? Lu Ming asked several questions in a row. The nine-ined demonic spider looked at Lu Ming as if he was an idiot. It seemed to be saying, "Aren't you a human? Why do you need to ask me such a stupid question? Speak." Lu Ming shouted coldly, his killing intent chilling. "All right, I'll tell you. There are countless humans, and I don't know how many there are. There are also many experts, and they're not inferior to my nine-ined demon spider race." The nine-ined demonic spider said. What? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down. If what the other party said was true, then it would be somewhat inconceivable. Was the human race that powerful? One had to know that the nine-ined demonic spider tribe was an existence that occupied a forbidden area. Its strength should not be weaker than any of the three tribes, the primordial light tribe, the blue sea tribe, and the baleful Een tribe. One had to know that the beings in the forbidden grounds were extremely powerful. Any one of the three tribes in the forbidden grounds was more powerful than the combined forces of the heavenly human tribe and the heaven destroyer. The strength of the human race was far inferior to the creatures of the forbidden lands. How could they be compared to the creatures of the forbidden lands? However, there was no need for the other party to lie to him. What's going on? Lu Ming was puzzled. What else do you want to ask? I can tell you everything, the 9 demonic spider said. Lu Ming knew that the other party wanted to stall for time and wait for the overlords of the 9 demonic spider tribe to come to his rescue. However, Lu Ming was bold and he was not afraid at all. He continued to ask, "What's the situation now? Tell me more about it." The 9 demonic spider was even more confused. Why didn't Lu Ming know about this? Even if he had just woken up, he could have asked the other humans. Why would he ask him? However, this wasn't something important, so there was nothing that he couldn't tell him. It could also stall for time. There are 6 forces in the universe right now. They are the 9 demonic spider tribe, the evilest race, and the human race. The other party began to talk. There were no creatures from the primordial light tribe, the baleful tribe, or the blue sea tribe among the 6 forces. Apparently, the other party was talking about the races deep inside the ruins of the universe. 5 of them were creatures from the Forbidden Grounds. Only the human race came from a place called the Changqing Divine Realm. Changqing Divine Realm? Lu Ming frowned. He had never heard of this place. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask more questions, he suddenly looked into the distance. In the distance, there were a few black rays of light. They were coming towards them at an astonishing speed. They were clearly the 9 demonic spiders. There were 3 of them, but their auras were shocking. They were all peak-level divine masters. The 9 demonic spider suppressed by Lu Ming was overjoyed. His reinforcements had arrived. However, just as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, the ecstasy on his face froze. Because Lu Ming attacked directly. 3 spear auras pierced through the void and stabbed the 3 demonic spiders at an incredible speed. It was too fast. The 3 demonic spiders couldn't even dodge. They could only resist with all their might, but it was useless. They were pierced by the spear auras and killed in the void. Crack, 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 the 9 demonic spider that was suppressed by Lu Ming seemed to have a stone stuck in its throat. Its eyes were wide open, revealing a look of despair. Your reinforcements seem to be too weak. Now, continue. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill me if you want. Don't expect me to say a word. The 9 demonic spider threw caution to the wind and glared at Lu Ming. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense and killed the 9 demonic spider with a flick of his finger. Since there were a large number of humans in the depths of the universe ruins, what couldn't he know if he found them? Why bother asking this person? Over there. Lu Ming's gaze turned to the front right. The 3 demonic spiders had come from that direction. It wasn't hard to tell from the other party's words that someone from the human race had obtained a top-grade source-level divine herb. At this time, they should be surrounded by the 9 demonic spiders. Lu Ming planned to go and take a look. If possible, he wanted to save those humans. Lu Ming took a step forward and flew in that direction. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a continent fragment. Dazzling light soared into the sky from a certain place on the continent fragment, and he could faintly hear rumbling. Someone was fighting there. Lu Ming restrained his aura and charged over, quickly arriving at the battlefield. On the continent fragment, 2 sides were fiercely fighting. Human race. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. On one side, there were 7 people. All 7 of them were from the human race. Lu Ming couldn't be wrong. They were definitely pure humans. Of the 7 humans, 2 were young, 1 was a man and 1 was a woman. They looked to be in their 20s, but their cultivations had reached 9th level Divine Lord. These 2 were definitely young, but their cultivations had reached 9th level Divine Lord. They could definitely be considered top-class geniuses. If Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing didn't have the origin god tea leaves, they would only be 9th level Divine Lords. Of the other 5, 2 were middle-aged and 3 were old. They were all peak Divine Lords. Chapter 4986. The 7 humans had laid down a joint attack formation that transformed into a white tiger. It was extremely powerful and was no weaker than the strongest Lord of Heaven. On the other side were 10 some 9 demon spider race experts. The majority of these 9 demon spiders were 9th tier divine lords or peak divine lords. The youth in the lead possessed astonishing fighting strength. Alone, he possessed the fighting strength of the strongest lord of heaven. This young man attacked alone. There were 4 spider legs on his back and he was wrapped in armor. Even his 4 spider legs were covered in armor. He looked very similar to the 4-legged 9 demonic spider that Lu Ming had killed previously. The 4 spider legs were like 4 long spears that constantly stabbed out. Alone, he was fighting the joint attack formation of the 7 humans. It was difficult to determine the victor. The other 9 demon spider experts surrounded them but did not move. Anyone could see that the 7 humans would not be able to last for long. Laying down a joint attack formation consumed a great deal of energy. For a short period of time, they could completely match the fighting strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven, but over time, they would definitely not be a match for the strongest Lord of Heaven. Existences on the level of the strongest Lord of Heaven had greater control over their own strength. When they attacked, they could use the smallest amount of energy to display the greatest fighting strength. Over time, the joint attack formation would definitely break. For example, the 21 People's Joint Attack Array, when operating, could erupt with fighting power that could rival that of an invincible divine lord, but when the 2 sides really fought, the joint attack array would definitely be defeated after a long time. Once the joint attack formation collapsed, the humans would definitely be able to block the attacks of the 9 demon spider race. With your mediocre strength, you want to get your hands on a top-grade source-level divine medicine? Ridiculous. Hurry up and hand it over, and we can leave your corpses intact. The youth of the 9 demon spider race attacked while using words to attack the other party's will. The top-grade source-level divine medicine was clearly obtained by us. Why should we give it to you? The young woman of the human race shouted. You obtained it? Ridiculous. We clearly discovered it first, but you intercepted us halfway and got it first. The 9 demonic spider race youth sneered. Nonsense. In order to capture this top-grade source-grade divine herb, we spent a lot of effort and resources before we finally lured it into a trap. Just as we were about to succeed, you guys appeared. You guys attacked us halfway, wanting to take our divine herb. The young woman from the human clan shouted, her face full of anger. Hee, so what? A lack of strength is the original sin. Don't you know that? The young man from the 9 demonic spider sneered. So what if they wanted to rob him halfway? In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. When Lu Ming heard this, he understood. Previously, the 9 demonic spider had said that they were the first to discover the top-grade source-level divine herb, and then they were intercepted by the human race. It seemed that it was all nonsense. If you have the ability, let's fight at the same level. You're just relying on your higher cultivation. If we're at the same level, I'll suppress you in 10 moves. The human young man shouted. His cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, while the 9 demonic spider youth was at the peak of the Divine Master Realm. If his cultivation level was also at the peak of the Divine Master Realm, he was confident that he would not be weaker than his opponent. Ridiculous words. Your cultivation level is low, and there's no other reason. It just means that you're trash. The 9 demonic spider youth jeered as he continued to attack. Boom. Boom. The 2 sides exchanged several more blows, but the outcome was still a draw. But Lu Ming could already see that the white tiger formed by the human clan's joint attack array was faintly trembling. It was unstable and wouldn't be able to last much longer. The 9 demonic spider youth had also noticed this. He laughed and attacked even more fiercely. In the blink of an eye, 10 some more moves had been exchanged. Boom! With another explosion, the white tiger formed by the human clan's joint attack array was pushed back, its body turning illusory and almost collapsing. Not good. Damn, I can't accept this. The 7 human clan members felt a chill in their hearts. The young man from the human clan in particular had an even more unsightly expression. He rolled his eyes and roared, Zhu Shi, if we give you the divine herb now, will you let us go? Let you go? Do you think that's possible? As long as I kill you, the divine herb will still be mine. The 9 demonic spider youth, Zhu Shi, sneered. If you don't agree, I'll destroy this top-grade divine herb first. At most, we'll fight to the death and no one will get it. The young man from the human clan shouted. His storage bag glowed, and a divine herb flew out into his hand. This divine herb was a top-grade divine herb. Zhu Shi's expression darkened. Although top-grade divine herbs were very good at escaping, their other abilities were very ordinary. Now that it was in the hands of the young man from the human clan, it could be easily destroyed. Then even if he killed the young man from the human clan and the others, he wouldn't be able to get the top-grade divine herb. In the dark, Lu Ming had intended to make a move. However, at this moment, he stopped. The situation had changed, and he wasn't in a hurry to act. It's impossible to let all of you go, but as long as you hand over the top-grade divine herb, I can let you go. Zhu Shi said indifferently. Hearing this, the expressions of the 7 human clan members changed. The young woman from the human clan and the other 5 people all looked at the young man from the human clan in unison. The young man from the human clan's expression changed, but he soon showed a decisive look. Okay, I agree. The young man from the human clan said through gritted teeth. Lu Weiyang, how can you do this? The young woman from the human clan glared at the young man from the human clan, Lu Weiyang. The other 5 people also looked at Lu Weiyang in shock. They didn't expect Lu Weiyang to agree to this and sell them out in order to survive. Han Yu, I have no choice. You have to understand. If we all die, we'll die in vain. No one will know that we died at Zhu Shi's hands. As long as I live and bring the news back, there will be people who will be avenged by you. Lu Weiyang secretly transmitted his voice to Han Yu, the young female football player. Then, he suddenly retreated rapidly. As soon as Lu Weiyang retreated, the human clan's joint attack formation collapsed on its own and collapsed. As Lu Weiyang retreated, he held the top-grade divine herb in his hand and stared at Zhu Shi and the others, as if he would destroy the top-grade divine herb at any time. After losing the combined attack formation, Han Yu and the others turned pale. They could only form a circle and guard against Zhu Shi. Under such circumstances, Zhu Shi wasn't in a hurry to act. He wanted to get his hands on the top-grade divine herb first. Now, you can give me the divine herb. Zhu Shi stared at Lu Weiyang and said. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I give it to you, what if you continue to attack? Zhu Shi, swear on your life origin that you will let me go, and I'll give you the divine herb. Lu Weiyang shouted. Chapter 4987. Zhu Shi's eyes were a little cold. However, it was not impossible to let Lu Weiyang go for the top source level divine herb. Okay, Zhu Shi nodded and immediately swore on his life that he would let Lu Weiyang go as long as Lu Weiyang handed over the top source level divine herb. Lu Weiyang was overjoyed when he heard that. He personally handed the top source level divine herb to a 9 demonic spider. Han Yu and the others glared at Lu Weiyang hatefully before helplessness and despair appeared on their faces. Without a miracle, they would definitely die today. I'll send you on your way. Zhu Shi stared coldly at Han Yu and the others with murderous intent. At the same time, Lu Weiyang quickly retreated in an attempt to leave. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared above them. It was naturally Lu Ming. The reason why he had not acted before was obviously because of the top source level divine herb. This was a top source level divine herb. Even Lu Ming coveted it very much. They had obtained a total of 10 before. He had brought 5 with him this time, while the remaining 5 were with Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, and the others. Each top source level divine herb could refine 5 drops of origin spirit medicinal liquid per month. 5 was only 5 drops per month, which was far from enough for his daily cultivation. The more top source level divine herbs he had, the better. If he had 30 top source level divine herbs, he would have an average of 1 drop of origin spirit medicinal liquid per day for cultivation. Lu Ming was confident that he could reach the reciprocity realm in 100 years. Previously, the top source-level divine herbs had been in the hands of the humans, so he was naturally embarrassed to take them. However, it was different now that they were in the hands of the 9 demonic spider. Therefore, Lu Ming acted without any hesitation. Lu Ming did not hide his aura. The humans, Zhu Shi, and the 9 demonic spiders immediately discovered Lu Ming. The humans, Zhu Shi, stared at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. When he sensed the peak divine master aura from Lu Ming, his eyes narrowed slightly. On the contrary, Han Yu and the others were overjoyed. It's the humans. Our reinforcements have arrived. Han Yu was delighted. This person looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Have you seen him before? I've never seen it. I haven't seen him before either. Judging from his cultivation, he is at the peak of the divine master realm. But can he compete with Zhu Shi? The other 5 discussed in secret, and the joy in their hearts slowly disappeared. Lu Ming was alone. Could he be Zhu Shi's match? Not necessarily. Zhu Shi's battle prowess was at the first breakthrough. Such battle prowess could be considered top-notch in the Divine Lord realm. There were very few of them, and there weren't many of them in the entire human race. Moreover, they had seen people with such battle prowess before, and they had never seen someone like Lu Ming. In the distance, Lu Weiyang, who was running away, saw Lu Ming appear. He couldn't help but stop. However, he didn't approach. Instead, he stood in the distance and watched. Another one has come to die. There was a murderous glint in Zhu Shi's eyes. Before he finished his words, one of the spider legs on his back pierced toward Lu Ming like a long spear. The legs on the 9 demonic spider's back seemed to be only 2 meters long, but they could be extended and retracted at will. When attacking, they could extend infinitely, and their power was astonishing. When Zhu Shi attacked, his power was even more frightening. An ordinary peak divine master would be instantly killed by him. However, Lu Ming didn't counterattack. Instead, his body flashed, and he disappeared. A moment later, he appeared in front of a middle-aged 9 demonic spider. This was because the top-grade source-level divine medicine was on this person. The 9 demonic spider was startled by Lu Ming's sudden appearance, but he reacted quickly and immediately launched a thunderous attack. 4 spider legs stabbed at Lu Ming in succession. This person's cultivation was also at the peak divine master level, but he was only an ordinary peak divine master. His fighting strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's figure was like a phantom. He easily avoided the attacks of the 4 spider legs and suddenly approached the other party. With a tap of his finger, a ray of spear gleam burst forth and pierced the other party's glabella accurately. With a puff, this 9 demonic spider was killed by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming reached out and grabbed his opponent's storage bag. Another top-grade source-level divine medicine was in his hands. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Zhu Shi didn't expect Lu Ming to kill a peak divine master expert with a single move. At first, he was shocked, then he flew into a rage. Brat, you're courting death. Set up the formation and work with me to kill him. Zhu Shi shouted. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he had the other 9 demonic spiders set up the formation and attack with him. Lu Ming was able to easily kill a peak divine master. His fighting strength was very strong. Zhu Shi wasn't confident that he could take down Lu Ming alone. In a flash, 7 peak divine master 9 demonic spiders set up a joint attack formation. A giant spider appeared and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, Zhu Shi charged to the other side. He wanted to circle behind Lu Ming and attack Lu Ming together with the joint attack formation. Not good. Han Yu and the others were extremely anxious. They wanted to help Lu Ming, but there was nothing they could do. With one less person, even if they set up the formation, its power would be greatly reduced. They were no match for Zhu Shi or the joint attack formation of the 9 demonic spiders. But at this moment, Lu Ming attacked. The war god's spear had appeared in his hand at some point. With a sweep of the spear, a mountainous spear radiance shot toward the joint attack formation of the 9 demonic spiders. Boom! The spear radiance collided with the giant spider formed by the joint attack formation. With a fierce boom, the giant spider was sent flying and scattered. The 9 demonic spiders inside vomited mouthfuls of blood, their faces pale. Of course, Lu Ming had not used his full strength in this attack. In fact, he had only used a small portion of his strength. Otherwise, with just one move from Lu Ming, not only would he be able to destroy their combined array, but he would also be able to kill all the people who had set up the array. But Lu Ming was new to this place, so he could not reveal all of his strength. Revealing all of his strength would not do him any good. Keeping a few trump cards could be of great use at a critical moment. Lu Ming had been through a lot. He had a deep understanding of this. After destroying the joint attack formation with one move, Lu Ming thrust his war god spear forward. 7 spear radiances aimed at the 9 demonic spiders. These 9 demonic spiders were already severely injured. How could they block Lu Ming's attack? They were immediately pierced and died on the spot. Zhu Shi originally wanted to go behind Lu Ming and form a pincer attack with the joint attack formation. But before he could go behind Lu Ming, he saw the joint attack formation being destroyed by Lu Ming. Then, the 7 people who had set up the formation were killed by Lu Ming. How is this possible? Zhu Shi could not help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of horror and disbelief. Not only him, but Han Yu and the other human experts could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Chapter 4988. Lu Ming's move had shocked everyone. To be able to so easily break apart a 7-man array formation, this level of combat strength was likely not the result of one breakthrough, but possibly 2 breakthroughs. 2 extreme breakthroughs. This person was actually a peerless expert who had broken through twice. Han Yu and the rest of the human race were overjoyed. They were saved. The 9 demonic spiders, led by Zhu Shi, were furious. They couldn't deal with a cultivator who had broken through the extreme state twice. However, the top source-level divine medicine had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. Zhu Shi was unwilling to give up a top source-level divine medicine. No one would be willing to let such a fat piece of meat slip away just like that. Kid, how dare you take my divine medicine? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my brother is? Hand over the top source-level divine medicine if you know what's good for you. Zhu Shi shouted. Lu Ming looked at Zhu Shi as if he were an idiot. Who's your brother? Lu Ming asked casually. My brother, Zhu Tian. Zhu Shi sneered. What? Zhu Tian. Han Yu and the others exclaimed and their faces changed as if they had heard something terrible. Zhu Shi smiled proudly and looked at Lu Ming. He wanted to show a shocked expression on Lu Ming's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lu Ming didn't look shocked at all, as if he had heard the name of a stranger. Zhu Tian? I've never heard of him. Lu Ming said. You're lying through your teeth. You've never heard of my brother? Zhu Shi shouted. Nonsense, I've never heard of him. Well, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I'll send you to hell now. Lu Ming said coldly. What? What? You want to kill me? Zhu Shi yelled in disbelief. After hearing his brother's name, not only did he not return the top source-level divine medicine, but he also wanted to kill him? Was this person a lunatic? Who among the 6 forces of the universe hadn't heard of his elder brother's name? In the era when Origin Source did not appear, his big brother's combat strength was practically standing at the peak. Han Yu and the others also looked shocked. Brother, this man's elder brother, Zhu Tian, is a top expert who has broken through 3 times. Han Yu reminded him. Break the limit thrice? Lu Ming was puzzled. What did that mean? Was it a measure of combat power? Let's go. At this time, Zhu Shi ordered the other 9 demonic spiders to retreat. From Lu Ming's expression, he knew that he most likely wouldn't be able to get the top-grade source-grade divine medicine back. Leaving was the best course of action. He would take his revenge in the future. You want to leave? Lu Ming's voice was filled with killing intent. He had no intention of letting the other party leave. From the looks of it, his elder brother was an extremely terrifying expert. From this, it could be seen that his elder brother's status in the Nine demonic spider clan was not low. Since he had offended the other party, he had to get rid of the other party completely. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't let him off so easily. It would be better to get rid of them completely to prevent future troubles. Buzz. The war god's spear vibrated and a huge spear aura pressed down on Zhu Shi and the others. How dare you? Zhu Shi shouted. He had never thought that Lu Ming would dare to attack him. However, the terrifying power of the spear aura made his face turn pale. He shouted and tried to resist with all his might. The other 9 demonic spiders also tried their best to resist. However, given their strength, how could they resist Lu Ming? Even if Lu Ming only used a part of his strength, it was still not something they could resist. Some of the weaker 9 demonic spiders exploded and died on the spot. Only a few peak divine masters and Zhu Shi survived, but they were also severely injured. My elder brother won't let you go, Zhu Shi shouted crazily and retreated quickly. However, Lu Ming continued to attack. Zhu Shi barely managed to block 2 attacks before he was killed by Lu Ming. All the 9 demonic spiders were killed. None were left alive. Lu Ming quietly put the storage bags of the 9 demonic spiders into the ancient desolation ring. In the distance, Han Yu and the others were still shocked. However, they soon recovered. Han Yu and the other 5 flew to Lu Ming. Han Yu cupped his fists and said, I'm Han Yu. Thank you for your help. Brother, you look very unfamiliar. May I know your name? I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming? Han Yu and the others were puzzled. There were many people with the same name. They had heard of Lu Ming before, but they had never heard of anyone with such combat strength. Moreover, they had never seen Lu Ming before. When did such an expert appear in the human clan? They had seen all the experts of the human clan. Judging from the combat strength of Lu Ming, even if he had not broken through the second extreme break, he was not far away. Why had they never heard of such an expert? Han Yu, it's great that you're all right. At this time, a voice sounded. It was Lu Weiyang. He saw that Lu Ming had killed the 9 demonic spiders' men and was flying toward them. He was pleasantly surprised and worried about Han Yu. Han Yu frowned and despised Lu Weiyang in her heart. He had betrayed them and escaped alone, but now he was pretending to be worried. Did he think she was a fool? Couldn't he tell? Therefore, Han Yu did not treat him well. The other 5 did not treat him well either, but they did not turn hostile on the spot for the sake of their acquaintance. Lu Weiyang pretended not to see the expressions of Han Yu and the others. He turned his gaze to Lu Ming and looked at him carefully. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Lu Ming, right? This time, you did well. When we return to the Azure Divine Realm, I will put in a good word for you. Lu Ming frowned slightly. When Lu Weiyang spoke to him, his attitude was like a superior speaking to a subordinate. It was like an emperor speaking to a commoner. Where did his confidence come from? Seeing that Lu Ming did not speak, Lu Weiyang continued, Lu Ming, you just got the top source grade divine herb. Now, take it out. He spoke in a superior tone again, as if he was ordering Lu Ming. This time, even Han Yu could not stand it. Lu Weiyang, we were saved because of Lu Ming. Moreover, you gave the top source grade divine herb to Zhu Shi, and Lu Ming got it from Zhu Shi. You can consider it as Lu Ming's spoils of war. Han Yu said. Spoils of war? Han Yu, can't you see that he only has an inferior bloodline? How can an inferior bloodline be qualified to control a top source grade divine herb? Lu Weiyang said, and the superior attitude in his tone became stronger. When he looked at Lu Ming, the disdain and arrogance in his eyes were completely undisguised. Inferior bloodline? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What did that mean? Was there a difference in bloodline among the human race? However, when he carefully examined Lu Weiyang, Han Yu, and the others, he did sense something different. Although Lu Weiyang, Han Yu, and the others were also human, their bloodline aura was different from his. Chapter 49-89. Lu Ming could feel that Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and the others were emitting a kind of aura. When he faced this kind of aura, he instinctively felt a sense of pressure. It was like the pressure when facing a real superior. This was not pressure from status, but from instinct and bloodline. It was like the difference between a 9-clawed dragon and an ordinary divine dragon. These people's bloodlines were of a higher grade than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming came to a conclusion. The human clan in the universe or the minor kiliacosm should have evolved from the flesh and blood of the human clan experts in the last era. Their bloodlines are definitely not that pure, just like the demon clan. Is this the so-called inferior bloodline? Lu Ming continued to think and speculated based on what Lu Weiyang and the others said. Lu Ming, why don't you hand over the top-grade source-level divine herb? Lu Weiyang stared at Lu Ming and repeated. Top-grade source-level divine herb? What top-grade source-level divine herb? Lu Ming began to play dumb. Lu Ming, don't play dumb with me, Lu Weiyang said coldly. What do you mean play dumb? I really don't know what you're talking about. When I arrived, I immediately attacked the 9-yin demonic spider. Logically speaking, I killed the 9-yin demonic spider, so the 9-yin demonic spider's belongings should be my spoils of war. Even if there is a top-grade source-level divine herb, it should be my spoils of war. What? What else happened before I came here? Why don't you tell me the details? Lu Ming looked at Lu Weiyang with a puzzled face. Lu Weiyang stuttered and did not know what to say. Should he say out loud that he had betrayed Han Yu and the others and gave them a top-grade source-level divine herb in order to escape alone? How could he say that? No matter how thick-skinned he was too embarrassed to say it again. Damn it, Lu Weiyang roared in his heart. If he didn't say that he was the one who handed it over, then Lu Ming could naturally take the 9-yin demonic spider's item as his spoils of war. But it was hard for him to say it out loud. Han Yu and the others pretended not to see Lu Weiyang's predicament. They weren't as thick-skinned as Lu Weiyang. Although top-grade source-grade divine medicines were incomparably precious, they were still insignificant compared to their own lives. Lu Ming sneered in his heart. How could he spit out the fat meat in his hands? By the way, Miss Han Yu, what do you mean by the first breakthrough and the second breakthrough? Lu Ming quickly changed the topic. You don't even know this? Lu Weiyang mocked, and his contempt grew even stronger. He was extremely unhappy that Lu Ming had swallowed his top-grade source-grade divine medicine. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat Lu Ming, he would have killed Lu Ming on the spot and taken back the divine medicine. Therefore, he wouldn't let go of the opportunity to mock Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at Lu Weiyang and directly ignored him. Would you bite back when a dog bites you? To be honest, Lu Ming didn't care about someone like Lu Weiyang at all. Why should he care about someone who could be defeated easily? Han Yu and the others were also curious. Lu Ming had such combat strength, but he didn't know this common sense. Brother Lu, are you not from the Azure Divine Realm? Han Yu asked in reply. No. Lu Ming shook his head and said, I don't know about the Firmament Divine Realm. I come from the other side of the universe, which is very far away from here. Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the 1/3 of the universe ruins that they had explored, which was also the direction of the universe's starry sky. You come from the other side of the universe? Han Yu and the others were surprised. Doesn't that mean you come from the same direction as Sister Mulan's? Han Yu was even more curious. Mulan's. Lu Ming immediately caught the keyword and his heart beat wildly. Although there were many people with the same name, Han Yu's meaning was obvious. The Mulan's she mentioned was from the same place as Lu Ming, so it couldn't be wrong. He had planned to ask about Mulan and Huang Ling after he got familiar with Han Yu and the others. He did not expect that Han Yu would tell him about them so quickly. It was perfect. Miss Han Yu, do you know Sister Mullins? To tell you the truth, I'm here to look for Senior Sister Mulan. Look, isn't this her? As he spoke, he took out a portrait. It was Mulan's portrait. Yes, it's Sister Mulan's. So you're Sister Mulan's junior brother. That's great. After Han Yu saw the portrait, he nodded continuously with a smile on his face. He seemed to have become closer to Lu Ming. Is Sister Mulan's in the Azure Divine Realm now? How do you know her? Lu Ming asked. That's right. She's in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. As for how we met, it's a long story. Speaking of which, she's our benefactor. If it wasn't for her, we would still be trapped in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm and unable to come out. Han Yu said. Oh, what's going on? Miss Han Yu, can you tell me in detail? Here's the thing. Han Yu explained in detail. After hearing that, Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil and he could not calm down. It turned out that the Azure Divine Realm was a continent that was inhabited by humans. Moreover, they were humans from the desolate continent of the previous era. At the end of the previous era, a shocking war broke out and the primeval continent was destroyed. Countless living beings died and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Azure Divine Realm was originally a fragment of a continent that was inhabited by some humans. The master of the Ashen Cyan Immortal Realm had used his shocking power and a supreme treasure to seal the Ashen Cyan Immortal Realm in the depths of the void. Furthermore, it was completely sealed. No one from the outside could open the seal, and neither could the humans inside. It was equivalent to being completely isolated from the world. That was the only way the Azure Divine Realm could avoid the disaster. However, the price was that the people inside could not leave even if they wanted to. After the master of the Azure Divine Realm cast the peerless seal, he fell into a deep sleep. Before he fell asleep, he said that the seal of the Azure Divine Realm would be automatically opened only when the primeval void universe was fully recovered and the rules of the universe and ultimacy of the universe were perfected again. Although the universe had recovered, it was far from being fully recovered and the rules of the universe and ultimacy were far from perfect. The people in the Azure Divine Realm could not come out. However, more than 10,000 years ago, Mulan accidentally went outside the Firmament Divine Realm and used a gem to open a seal in the Firmament Divine Realm. As a result, the seal of the Firmament Divine Realm was no longer perfect. The experts in the Firmament Divine Realm worked together to completely open the seal and the people in the Firmament Divine Realm could see the light of day again. It could be said that Mulan's was the savior of the Firmament Divine Realm. From Han Yu's words, Lu Ming learned another important piece of information. The humans in the Firmament Divine Realm were different from the creatures in the Forbidden Land. The creatures in the Forbidden Land were in a sealed state, but the humans in the Firmament Divine Realm were not. Chapter 4990. The creatures in the Forbidden Land were in a sealed state and needed a large amount of resources to awaken. However, the human tribe in the Firmament Divine Realm was different. They continued to reproduce on the continent of the Firmament Divine Realm. However, the cultivation environment in the Firmament Divine Realm was not good. The chaos chi was thin and there was a lack of resources. Although they had reproduced for a long time, there were not many experts. Most of the top experts were survivors of the last era. However, in the last 10,000 years, the cultivation environment in the Firmament Divine Realm was getting better and better. Everything was recovering and the chaos chi was strong. When they opened the seal, they found that the entire universe had begun to recover. Sister Mulan's is the savior of the Firmament Divine Realm. Before the origin tribulation came, she became a disciple of a big shot and has been cultivating in the Firmament Divine Realm. Han Yu said. What about Huang Ling? Isn't she in the Firmament Divine Realm? Lu Ming could not help but ask. He could tell that Han Yu only mentioned Mulan's and did not mention Huang Ling. This was strange. If they were together, why did Han Yu not mention Huang Ling? Huang Ling? Sister Mulan's is alone. There is no other person. Han Yu said in surprise. Lu Ming's heart sank. Only Mulan's? Where did she go? Something must have happened during this period. It seemed that he could only ask Mulan's when he saw her. Miss Han Yu, Are you going back to the firmament divine realm now? Let me go with you. Lu Ming said. He could not wait. We won't go back for now. We have to meet up with the others before returning to the firmament divine realm. Han Yu said. The others? Lu Ming was confused. That's right. Not long ago, an ancient divine vein came into being. It nurtured a large number of divine herbs, including many top-notch source divine herbs. Experts from various major forces flocked there to fight for the top-notch source divine herbs. Battles broke out among the various forces. The 7 of us were lucky to get a top source level divine herb and wanted to leave secretly. We did not expect to be targeted by Zhu Shi and the others. That was why the battle happened, Han Yu said. A top-notch source-grade divine herb? Is there more? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the mention of top-notch source-grade divine medicines, Lu Ming's heart was moved. Could it be that he came at the right time? There shouldn't be any left. All the major forces have been fighting for it for some time. That divine vein has been searched thoroughly. All the divine herbs have been plundered. We are lucky. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to obtain a top-notch soul-grade divine herb. Han Yu said. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had come at the wrong time. He was too late. Let's go to the vicinity of the divine range now and meet up with the group. After that, we will return to the Changqing divine realm. Brother Lu, let's go together. I will also tell you what is the first stage of breaking extremity and second stage of breaking extremity, Han Yu said. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Han Yu. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, everyone set off together. On the way, Han Yu explained what breaking extremity was. In fact, it was very simple. The first stage of breaking extremity meant breaking the limit of one's combat power. Normally, the combat power of a top Lord of Heaven was the limit of a divine master. Those who had the combat power of the strongest Lord of Heaven were overlords who had broken the limit once and were called overlords who had completed the first stage of breaking extremity. For example, Zhu Shi was an overlord who had broken the limit once. Those who had broken the limit twice were overlords who had broken the limit twice. Lu Ming speculated that those who had broken the limit twice were comparable to the Guangxin emissary of the Yuan Guang clan. Above them, there were those who had broken the limit 3 times and were called the invincible divine masters. This classification method had been passed down from the last era of the primeval age. Is the third stage of breaking extremity the limit? Is there no fourth stage of breaking extremity? Lu Ming asked curiously. Fourth stage of breaking extremity? What are you thinking? Is that a level you can reach? Don't be so ambitious. On the side, Lu Weiyang finally seized the opportunity to mock him. Lu Ming continued to ignore him. In theory, the third stage of breaking extremity is the limit, but in fact, there are still fourth stage of breaking extremity, but it's too difficult. Even in the last era of the primeval age, there were very few overlords who had broken the limit. Each of them was invincible and even had the potential to become an immortal. Han Yu said with a yearning look in his eyes. The fourth stage of breaking extremity was equivalent to having the potential to become an immortal. Is my current combat power equivalent to the fourth stage of breaking extremity? Lu Ming thought. The invincible divine masters were third stage of breaking extremity. His combat power was much stronger than the invincible divine masters, so he should be fourth stage of breaking extremity. They chatted as they flew. Han Yu was very patient and told Lu Ming everything he knew, so he knew more about the situation in the depths of the universe ruins. Soon, a large number of continental fragments appeared in the void in front of them. There are many continental fragments nearby and the divine spirit range is further ahead. We have to be careful. We may encounter the masters of the major forces here, Han Yu said. Han Yu whispered. Behind them, they concealed their energy and flew carefully. Hey, is there someone there? Lu Ming suddenly said. The rest of the people were shocked. They followed Lu Ming's gaze and looked at a piece of land fragment. A group of living beings could be seen somewhere on the continent fragment. This group of living beings had demonic appearances, their faces filled with evilness. It's the people of the nefarious race. Han Yu, Lu Weiyang and the others' faces changed. They seemed to be afraid of the nefarious race. It's Moken of the nefarious race. This guy is very lucky. He got 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs before. He's really lucky, Lu Weiyang said in a low voice. His tone was full of jealousy. 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs. Lu Ming's attention was completely attracted by this word. The people of the nefarious race are extremely evil and bloodthirsty. They fight with their lives on the line. Moken's combat power is even stronger. He's an expert who has broken the extremity twice. They haven't found us yet. We should leave quickly. If they find us, we'll be in trouble. Han Yu said. Immediately, they took a detour, carefully circling around the continent fragment, and continued on their way. After walking for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and said, I remember that I have something to do. Can you wait for me here for a while? It won't take too long. Why do you have so many things to do? Lu Weiyang shouted coldly. His tone was still arrogant. If you can't wait, you can leave first. Lu Ming replied coldly. Lu Weiyang was furious. This inferior bloodline was so arrogant and had repeatedly contradicted him. One should know that in the last era, humans with inferior bloodlines were all slaves. They had low status and were as lowly as ants. However, to be honest, he did not dare to leave first. Even if they set up a joint attack array, their combat power would at most be comparable to someone who had broken the extremity once. However, Lu Ming's combat power was not at the second break but at the top of the first break. Chapter 4991. There were many experts gathered here. Once they encountered a strong enemy, their strength would not be enough. Lu Weiyang felt guilty about letting him go first. Lu Ming was very strong. According to Lu Weiyang's judgment, even if he had not broken through twice, he was still a peak existence who had broken through once. With Lu Ming around, they would be much safer. Then we'll wait for you there. Han Yu pointed at a small fragment of a continent not far away. He planned to hide there and wait for Lu Ming to meet up with him. All right. Wait for me there. I won't need much time. I'll be back soon. With that, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. His figure flashed and disappeared. Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and the others entered the small fragment of a continent and waited. Lu Ming had left for the 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs. At this time, Mo Kun was leading a group of dozens of elites from the extreme evil tribe. They were gathered together. Many of them were injured. It was obvious that they had been through a fierce battle not long ago. They were now recovering. A few people surrounded Moken. Young master, you're really lucky. You actually obtained 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs this time. It seems that once the origin tribulation is over, you'll be able to break through to reciprocity soon. An elder from the extreme evil race flattered. Moken also showed a proud and excited smile. This time, his luck was really good. There were at most a dozen top-grade soul-level divine herbs in that divine vein. Many experts from various factions had gathered. There were even many invincible divine lords who had broken through thrice. With his battle prowess, he was nothing compared to the top experts of the various factions. However, he had never thought that he would be able to obtain 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs while he was casually waiting. If this was not unparalleled luck, then what was it? With 2 top-grade soul-level divine herbs, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. After the origin tribulation, breaking through to reciprocity would not be a fantasy. You've all done a great job this time. I won't forget your contributions. You'll be rewarded when we return. Moken said with a smile. Thank you, young master. The elites of the extreme evil race were overjoyed. At this time, Lu Ming silently appeared above the extreme evil race. After all, Moken was an expert who had broken through twice, so his spiritual perception was extremely sharp. He had sensed Lu Ming the moment he appeared. Who? Mo Kuan yelled as he looked into the sky with a sharp gaze. Primitive style. Lu Ming didn't waste any time and wasted no time. He immediately attacked with the primitive style. Furthermore, it was an all-out attack. End the battle quickly. A huge continent was formed, and it carried a terrifying power. It came crashing down on the dozens of extreme evil elites. The wild power swept out and covered all of the extreme evil people. Not good. Attack. The scary power woke up the extreme evil elites, who had been healing themselves. They roared and unleashed their strongest attacks toward the sky. However, there weren't too many elites. The strongest was Moken, who had broken through twice, which was equivalent to Guangqian Wang of the primordial light race. There were also 3 people who had broken through once, which was equivalent to the strongest Lord of Heaven. The rest were peak Divine Masters and 9th level Divine Masters. Some were even 7th or 8th level Divine Masters. This kind of power wasn't weak, but compared to Lu Ming, there was a huge gap. More importantly, they didn't have time to set up an array. They actually had a combined attack array, but it took time to set it up. Although the time was short, Lu Ming's sudden attack gave them no time to set it up. Boom, the primitive continent came crashing down, and the destructive power exploded. It hit the extreme evil race with unstoppable force. Bang! 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 The people of the extreme evil race couldn't withstand it at all. They exploded like watermelons. Under the destructive power, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Only their storage bags fell to the ground. Even Moken, who was the strongest, suffered the same fate when faced with Lu Ming's all-out attack. He lasted a breath longer than the others before his body exploded and his soul was destroyed. Lu Ming made a grabbing motion in the air and dozens of storage bags were collected by Lu Ming. At the same time, dozens of divine weapons also landed in Lu Ming's hands. Among the dozens of divine weapons, there were 3 source-level divine weapons. The living beings in the Forbidden Lands could be said to be very wealthy. Just a few divine masters had 3 source-level divine weapons. This ratio was shockingly high. One could imagine that every origin realm being in the Forbidden Grounds must have a source-level divine weapon. Then, Lu Ming took out a storage bag and checked it. This storage bag had been left behind by Moken. Immediately, Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. As expected, he found 2 top-grade source-level divine herbs in Moken's storage bag. The 2 top-grade source-level divine herbs were carefully sealed in 2 jade boxes. However, they were all released by Lu Ming and stored in the primitive ring. Only the top-grade source-level divine herbs could grow freely in the primitive ring, and the source-level divine elixir would be at its best. Lu Ming smiled with satisfaction. This trip to the depths of the cosmic ruins was smoother than he had expected. He had received news of Mulan's and 3 top-grade source-level divine herbs as soon as he had arrived. Lu Ming moved and left the place. Soon, he met up with Han Yu and the others. Han Yu and the others didn't ask much. After meeting up with Lu Ming, they set off again. It's brother Zhao Wuji. After flying for about an hour, Han Yu suddenly cried out in surprise. A large number of figures had gathered on a fragment of the continent in front of them. At a glance, there were at least a few thousand of them. And they were all humans. There are so many humans, and their auras are very similar to Han Yu and the others. Their bloodlines seem to be of a higher grade. Lu Ming sensed slightly. He found that these humans all had higher bloodline auras than him. None of them were of a lower grade. It could be said that these people were all dragons and phoenixes among humans. This bloodline seems to be somewhat similar to the sea sects, but it seems to be of a higher grade. Lu Ming's mind turned quickly. He thought of the sea sect. The sea sect was originally a member of the Yen clan of the Heavenly Star continent. Later, by chance, he fused with a drop of the Human King's blood, and his bloodline transformed, giving him the Human King's bloodline. He had long since sensed that the sea sect bloodline was of a much higher level than the sea sect bloodline. It was almost as if they were kings among men. In the past, Lu Ming only thought that it was because the Sea sect had fused with the human king's blood, and that the other humans were the same as him. Now it seemed that was not the case. The human race of the last era had a relatively high bloodline grade. And his bloodline was an inferior bloodline in Lu Weiyang's words. Lu Ming thought a lot, but his expression didn't change. He followed Han Yu and the others and flew toward the crowd. Chapter 4992. Han Yu, I'm glad you're all right. It was a tall and burly young man with a square face and sharp eyes, but he smiled when he saw Han Yu. Brother Wuji. Brother Wuji. Han Yu and Lu Weiyang greeted the burly young man. It was obvious that the burly young man was very prestigious. Lu Ming knew that Zhao Wuji was one of the leaders of the human race. Many people stood behind him and looked at Zhao Wuji with reverence. Moreover, Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura from this person. Although it was hidden, Lu Ming could still feel it. He was definitely a terrifying expert. He should be an invincible divine master. Brother Wuji, we were surrounded by the 9 demonic spiders this time. Fortunately, we met Lu Ming. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Han Yu wouldn't be able to see you again. Han Yu said. Lu Ming? Zhao Wuji was slightly stunned. He glanced at Han Yu and the others and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. This was because among the 8 of them, Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and Lu Ming was the only unfamiliar face. This bloodline. Once Zhao Wuji looked at Lu Ming, he could tell that something was amiss. He discovered that Lu Ming's bloodline level was very low. The bloodline of the human race was mixed and impure. His bloodline is an inferior bloodline. That's right. It is definitely an inferior bloodline. To think that there are still inferior bloodlines. Even in the previous epoch, there were not many inferior bloodlines. The other humans also looked at Lu Ming and spoke in surprise, discussing fervently. I'm Lu Ming from the east of the universe. Nice to meet you all. Lu Ming cupped his fists without changing his expression. Brother Wuji, although Lu Ming's bloodline isn't pure, he's very powerful. He can kill an overlord who has broken through the first level in a few moves. Don't underestimate him. Han Yu hurriedly explained. After all, Lu Ming was her savior and she was grateful. She didn't want the others to be like Lu Weiyang and look down on Lu Ming because of his low bloodline. He can kill an overlord who has broken through the first level in a few moves. Zhao Wuji and the others were even more surprised. It's no longer the era of the Eldritch continent. There aren't many surviving humans and we're surrounded by strong enemies. We should be united regardless of our bloodline level. Why would I look down on him? Han Yu, you think too much. Zhao Wuji laughed and said. To be able to injure a first-stage breaking extreme expert in just a few moves, he was definitely a top first-stage breaking extreme expert, or even a second-stage breaking extreme expert. How could he underestimate him? That's right. The others also nodded. Of course, there were also a few people like Lu Weiyang who looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Brother Lu Ming, thank you. Then, Zhao Wuji cupped his fists to Lu Ming. As a fellow human, should help you. You don't have to thank me. Lu Ming cupped his fists in return. Brother Wuji, let me tell you, Lu Ming is Sister Mulan's junior brother. He came here to find Sister Mulan's. Han Yu continued. This time, Zhao Wuji and the others were even more surprised. Lu Ming was Mulan's junior brother, which was really beyond their expectations. There is a long void zone near the eastern area of the Eldritch universe, which divides the universe into two and is extremely difficult to cross. Mulan's came here by an ancient teleportation array, but I heard from Mulan's that the ancient teleportation array seemed to be damaged and couldn't be connected. Brother Lu Ming, did you cross that void zone? Zhao Wuji asked curiously. Lu Ming knew about the void zone that Zhao Wuji was talking about. There was a void zone between 1/3 of the universe ruins where Lu Ming and the others were in 2/3 of the deep universe ruins. It was very large and extremely difficult to cross. Why did the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Grounds, the Heavenly Human Tribe, and the Heaven Exterminating Troop, stop exploring after exploring a third of the area. Why did they stop expanding the area? It was because of this void zone. It wasn't that it was impossible to cross, but it was too difficult to do so. Moreover, this void zone was filled with some unknown dangers. Therefore, this void zone not only isolated the primordial light tribe but also the major forces in the deep universe ruins. No one could say for sure how this zone of nothingness was formed. Some people guessed that it might have been formed by the great battle of the last era. No wonder Zhao Wuji was curious. I also came here through that ancient teleportation array. Sister Mulan's is right. That ancient teleportation array was destroyed in the past, but it was repaired later. Lu Ming explained. I see. Zhao Wuji nodded. While they were chatting, many human experts gathered here. The number of human experts gathered here was increasing. Lu Ming observed secretly and found that there were really many experts here. Many of them had strong and unfathomable auras and contained terrifying power in their bodies. Once they unleashed it, it would be absolutely shocking. Although it was hard to judge their real combat power without really fighting, Lu Ming felt that there was definitely no lack of people who had broken through the first or second level. Then, Zhao Wuji introduced another young man to Lu Ming. This young man was called Yen Wudao. Lu Ming could see that this person was also extremely terrifying. He was probably not weaker than Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji and Yen Wudao were the leaders of this group of humans. Almost everyone is here. The divine medicine in the divine range has been plundered by the various forces. Let's return to the Azure Divine Realm. Zhao Wuji's voice spread throughout the area. Naturally, no one had any objections. The divine range had been plundered clean. There was no point in continuing to stay. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw a large number of figures rushing toward them from the void in the distance. There were at least a few thousand of them. The Extreme Evil Tribe. It's the Extreme Evil Tribe. What is the Extreme Evil Tribe doing here? They are coming aggressively. It seems like they have bad intentions. Be careful. The crowd started to discuss. However, the humans were not afraid. Instead, they looked alert and prepared for a big battle. Swoosh. 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 The figures stopped not far away. They were all experts of the Extreme Evil Tribe. Their auras were evil as they stared at the humans. Mo Shah, what are you doing here? Zhao Wuji shouted as he stared at a young man from the Extreme Evil Tribe. This young man was called Mo Shah. His eyes were extremely evil. What am I doing here? Did you guys kill the demonic kraken? Mo Shah shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Moken? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. Moken was killed? Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and the others' expressions changed. Before they came, they had passed by a continent fragment. They had seen Moken and the others on that continent fragment. How long had it been? How could Moken be killed? Moken is dead? Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered. Then, he sneered and said, Moken's death has nothing to do with us. Chapter 4993. The evil aura in Mo Shah's eyes grew thicker. Not only her, but the other elites of the Extreme Evil Tribe also looked cold and evil. They glanced at Zhao Wuji, Yen Wudao, and the others. You are the only ones in this area. Who else could it be? Mo Shah continued, also, Moken has 2 top-level source-level elixirs. Did you kill Moken and take his 2 top-level source-level elixirs? I'll say it again. We didn't do anything. Zhao Wuji said resolutely. Hehe, it's not up to you to decide whether or not you've made a move. Hand over your storage pouches. I want to check them one by one to see if the 2 top-grade source-level divine herbs of the demonic kraken are on you. Mo Shah said coldly. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression didn't change. He knew that Zhao Wuji and the others wouldn't agree to such an unreasonable request. You want to check our storage bags? Haha, what a joke. Do you think you're qualified? Zhao Wuji laughed. His body was even more muscular. His aura was like a mountain. His long hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a god of war. The blood in his body seemed to be burning. Waves of heavy aura made Lu Ming feel pressured. This pressure didn't come from his combat power. It came from his bloodline. The bloodline of a superior being. Luckily, it was Lu Ming. If it were an ordinary human, they would be terrified by Zhao Wuji's aura. They would kneel down involuntarily. It was like an ordinary divine dragon facing a 9-clawed dragon or an ordinary angel facing a 12-winged angel. Zhao Wuji's human bloodline was extremely powerful. It was stronger and purer than Han Yu and Lu Weiyang's. Not only Zhao Wuji, but Yan Wudao was also covered in a layer of dazzling light. His aura wasn't any weaker than Zhao Wuji's. The other human elites also released their powerful auras. They faced the extreme evil tribe from afar. Their auras collided in the void, creating a series of explosions. The human race had a lot of experts. Unlike the Eastern Universe, 1/3 of the area that Lu Ming and the others had explored in the future was called the Eastern Universe, and 2/3 of the area in the depths of the universe was called the Western Universe, which was completely suppressed by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands. The human tribe cultivators here were no weaker than the extreme evil tribe cultivators. Hence, even though the two sides were facing each other, they did not start a war. Who killed Moken? Could it be? In the crowd, Han Yu, Lu Weiyang, and the others thought for a while and then looked at Lu Ming. They all suspected that it was Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had found an excuse to leave for a period of time, saying that he had something to do. Could it be that he had returned to kill Moken and snatched the 2 stalks of top-grade origin-grade divine herbs from Moken? However, Moken was an elite who had broken through twice. He also had the help of other elites. Could Lu Ming have done it with his cultivation? Lu Weiyang even wanted to tell the extreme evil tribe that it was Lu Ming who had done it. He wanted to blame Lu Ming. However, he did not do so in the end. It was not the Eldritch Continent era anymore. The strength of the human tribe was far from what it had been in the previous era. They were too weak. Hence, the human tribe had to be very united. If he betrayed Lu Ming in public, it would be the same as betraying his own race. He would be hated by all his people. In the future, he would not be able to move an inch in the Azure Divine Realm. At that moment, a large number of figures came from another direction. The extreme evil tribe and the human tribe cultivators were shocked. They restrained their auras and became alert. Soon, a large number of figures came to a stop on the other side of the rift. 9 demonic spiders. The figures that appeared later were all 9 demonic spiders. There were many of them, at least a few thousand. These 9 demonic spiders stopped in another direction, facing off against the human tribe and the extreme evil tribe. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are not the only ones in this area. There are also 9 demonic spiders. Are you also going to search the 9 demonic spider storage bags? Zhao Wuji laughed. The extreme evil tribe cultivators' faces darkened. Mo Sha's evil eyes scanned the 9 demonic spiders. She was up to no good. Zhu Xiang, tell me, did you kill the demon kraken and take away their 2 top-grade origin-grade divine herbs? Mo Sha stared coldly at a youth from the 9 demonic spiders. Bullshit. Zhu Xiang, a youth from the 9 demonic spiders, replied coldly. You. Zhu Xiang, you're courting death. Mo Sha shouted. You want to kill me? You're not strong enough. Zhu Xiang sneered. He did not seem to be afraid of Mo Sha. This time, it was the 9 demonic spiders and the extreme evil tribe's turn to face off. The 9 demonic spiders were also in this area. Moken might have been killed by the 9 demonic spiders. Lu Ming watched coldly from the side, but she kept analyzing what she saw and heard. From the current situation, she could infer that the situation of the forces in the Western Universe was completely different from that in the Eastern Universe. In the Eastern Universe, the three races of the Forbidden Lands and the heavenly human tribe worked together to suppress the Heaven Destroyer. The Heaven Destroyer was in danger. However, the Western universe seemed to be different. The creatures of the Forbidden Lands didn't seem to have any intention of working together against the human tribe. This could be seen from the confrontation between the extreme evil tribe and the 9 demonic spiders. For example, the extreme evil tribe didn't have a good relationship with the 9 demonic spiders. This was similar to the relationship between the extreme evil tribe and the human tribe. They were both ready to fight at any time. They were both enemies and competitors. If the creatures of the other Forbidden Lands were like this, then the situation of the human tribe in the Western universe would be countless times better than the situation of the Heaven Destroyer in the Eastern universe. Actually, on second thought, this was actually normal. In the Eastern universe, the reason why the three races of the Forbidden Lands worked together against the Heaven Destroyer was actually because of the Forbidden Body. Whether it was Tang Feng, Fei Huang, Lu Ming, or Gu Changfeng, they all had the Forbidden Body and controlled the power of the universe. The stronger they were, the greater the suppression on the three races of the Forbidden Lands. It could be said that the Forbidden Body was the common enemy of the three races of the Forbidden Lands. In particular, the Yi Immortal was the one who persuaded the various forces to work together against the Heaven Destroyer. In fact, when the three races of the Forbidden Lands first appeared, they were all fighting on their own. They didn't have the slightest intention of working together against the Heaven Destroyer. In the Western universe, if there weren't any forbidden bodies, then the creatures of the Forbidden Lands wouldn't need to work together against the human tribe. The current human tribe wasn't as powerful as it was in the previous era. They didn't need to work together. With Lu Ming's intelligence, he quickly figured this out. Although the extreme evil tribe and the 9 demonic spiders were in a confrontation, they didn't really attack. There were three major forces here, so no one dared to make the first move. For example, if the extreme evil tribe attacked the 9 demonic spiders and the human tribe attacked them, then they would be in danger. The reverse was also true. Although the extreme evil tribe suspected that Moken had been killed by the 9 demonic spiders or the human tribe, they didn't have any evidence. They couldn't be completely sure either. No matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do. Chapter 4994. I'll find out who killed Moken sooner or later. I, M.O. Shah, swear that I won't let go of the person who killed Moken. I'll destroy his cultivation, skin him alive, and pull out his tendons. M.O. Shah said evilly. M.O. Shah's words meant that she was planning to retreat. He knew that they couldn't continue like this. It was impossible to find Moken's murderer. The 9 demonic spiders and the humans couldn't really let them check his storage bag. He only said that to put pressure on them. Take care. I won't see you off. Zhu Xiang said coldly. Zhao Wuji and Yan Wudao also sneered at M.O. Shah. M.O. Shah snorted coldly. She led the extreme evil tribe away. In the blink of an eye, the extreme evil tribe had all left. Zhao Wuji, Yan Wudao, you killed Moken, didn't you? After the extreme evil tribe left, Zhu Xiang looked at Zhao Wuji and Yan Wudao playfully. Zhu Xiang knew that the 9 demonic spiders didn't kill Moken. If they didn't kill him, then it must be the humans. Coincidentally, Zhao Wuji and Yan Wudao were thinking the same thing. Zhu Xiang, you're a thief pretending to be a thief. Zhao Wuji sneered. Hee. Zhu Xiang sneered and didn't say anything else. He led the 9 demonic spiders and continued forward. Soon, they disappeared. I'm not leaving. After the 9 demonic spiders left, Zhao Wuji yelled and led the humans toward the Tsangqing godly realm. Senior Sister Mulans, I'm coming. Lu Ming was a little agitated. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10,000 years. He wondered how Mulans would react when she saw him. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Just as Lu Ming followed Zhao Wuji and the others to the Tsangqing godly realm, there was a major change in the Eastern universe. The Yi Immortal brought the three forbidden tribes together again. They planned to go to the depths of the universe ruins, which was the Western universe. Their goal was the human king's heart. The Yi Immortal had made it clear that the human monarch's body had fallen into the hands of the Heaven Destroyer. Once the Heaven Destroyer obtained the human monarch's heart and perfected the human monarch's body, he would be invincible. Activating the human monarch physique was truly invincible. Even if the 3 clans of the Forbidden Grounds had ancestor-level existences hiding, they might not be a match for the human monarch physique. Therefore, the human king's heart must not fall into the hands of the Heaven Destroyer. Without the human monarch's heart, the human monarch's physical body would not be able to be activated. Once the origin calamity was over, the Heaven Destroyer would no longer be a threat. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands did not dare to be careless when it came to the matter of the human king. They sent out most of their top experts and headed to the Western Universe with the Yi Immortal. They naturally didn't know about the ancient teleportation array. They were going to cross the Void Zone and head to the Western Universe. The reason why they wanted to head to the Western Universe was because they had already scouted the Eastern Universe, but they did not find any clues about the human monarch's heart. Then, there was only one explanation. The human monarch's heart was not in the Eastern Universe, but in the Western Universe. Although crossing the Void Zone was difficult and very dangerous, it shouldn't be a big problem as long as there were fewer people and they were more careful. It was just that it would take a longer time. After a few days of hurrying, Lu Ming and the others finally returned to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Is this the Ashen Azure Divine Realm? It's very different from the other continent fragments. Why does it feel similar to the world in my Chaos Ring? After arriving at the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, Lu Ming sized it up carefully and was very surprised. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm was actually a continent. However, most of it was hidden in the void. Only a small part was exposed outside the void. However, it was also covered by powerful restrictions. It seemed like the Ashen Azure Divine Realm should be a part of the Chaos Continent. Ordinary people would not be able to tell the difference. However, Lu Ming could tell the difference. The main reason was that the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was somewhat similar to the one in the Chaos Ring. The aura was heavy and ancient, as if it carried an entire universe. This was fundamentally different from ordinary continent fragments. Lu Ming had once felt this feeling in the World of Rings. In the World of Rings, the human king's body had been sealed. The Chaos Ring, the World of Rings, and the Firmament Divine Realm had similarities. Was there any connection? Unfortunately, Lu Ming had too little information. He could not figure it out even if he racked his brains. Lu Ming, Sister Mulan's lives in the Sky Orchid Garden. Shall I take you there now? Han Yu said to Lu Ming. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Lu Ming quickly nodded. Immediately, Han Yu led Lu Ming to the Sky Orchid Garden. As they flew, he introduced some important places in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm to Lu Ming. Humph. Lu Weiyang looked at Lu Ming's back and snorted. Then, he left with a few other young men who were on good terms with him. Soon, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a lakeside. There was a courtyard by the lakeside. This was the Sky Orchid Garden, where Mulans lived. Miss Han Yu, are you here to see Miss Mulans? Unfortunately, Miss Mulans has been in seclusion. I'm afraid she won't be able to see you for the time being. At the door, a girl dressed as a maid smiled. Seclusion? Is it a very important seclusion? Lu Ming asked quickly. Was he going to make a wasted trip? Yes, Miss Mulans has had a major breakthrough. I'm afraid she will be able to break through twice. The maid said. Break through twice. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This meant that Mulans's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Almighty Realm. Only at the peak of the Almighty Realm could one break through to the next level. There was no such thing as breaking through to the peak of the Almighty Realm. Lu Ming really didn't expect Mulans to have such achievements after not seeing her for more than 10,000 years. Break through twice. Even among the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, she would be considered a peerless genius. Among the thousands of races in the universe, she would be an invincible existence. With Mulans's talent in the past, it was impossible for her to do so. In fact, with Lu Ming's rise, the gap between Mulans and Lu Ming grew bigger and bigger. Not to mention the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, even among the thousands of races in the universe, Mulan's talent was actually very average. It could even be said to be poor. But now, Mulan's was about to break through twice. This talent was not inferior to Xianyanqing's at all. One had to know that Xianyanqing's current battle prowess was only at the second break. Xianyanqing was a reincarnated person. In his previous life, he was at the origin realm and had obtained a series of opportunities to achieve such achievements. To be honest, Lu Ming was really surprised that Mulan's was about to arrive. There was only one explanation, and that was that Mulan's had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity in the past few years. Lu Ming thought of the stone house on the ancient teleportation path. The opportunity left behind by the mysterious existence who had built the ancient teleportation path, and the creation jade pool. Lu Ming still remembered that it was Mulan's who had made the Changqing divine realm come out in advance. Originally, the Changqing divine realm was sealed in the depths of the universe and couldn't be broken from inside or outside. However, Mulan's had used a gem to open the seal of the Changqing divine realm. That gem was definitely a peerless treasure. Chapter 4995. Then will come again in the future. Don't disturb senior sister Mulan's seclusion. Lu Ming said. Seclusion to break through the second level was definitely a very important seclusion. If it was disturbed and affected the breakthrough, the loss would be great. Anyway, more than 10,000 years had passed, so waiting a little longer didn't matter. Once Miss Mulan's comes out of seclusion, I'll report it immediately. The maid said. Thank you very much. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then left with Han Yu. Then, Han Yu arranged a place for Lu Ming to live. This place was not too far from where Han Yu lived. Then, Han Yu gave Lu Ming a map of the Changqing divine realm and left. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. When Lu Ming was free, he would wander around the Changqing divine realm. The Changqing divine realm was very large and there were at least 10 billion humans living here. 10 billion people seemed to be a lot, but in fact, when scattered in the vast Changqing divine realm, it was actually very small. It was said that in the last era, when the Changqing divine realm was just sealed, the population was only 100,000. However, after a long time of reproduction, the population reached 10 billion. This was because the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to reproduce. Otherwise, the population would be much larger. However, there were many experts in the Changqing divine realm. After a few days of observation, Lu Ming found that the ratio of experts far exceeded that of the heavenly human race. In other words, the talent of the human race far exceeded that of the heavenly human race. In the past, Lu Ming thought that the human race's talent was very ordinary. Compared to the other races in the universe, especially the top 10 races, there was a huge gap. Now it seemed that he was wrong. Because the human race in the universe had impure bloodlines. The pure-blooded humans in the Eldritch continent were very talented. Not to mention the heavenly human race, they were even stronger than the creatures in the Forbidden Lands. No wonder the human race could become the strongest race in the Eldritch continent in the last era. And in the past few days, Lu Ming didn't find anyone with the same bloodline as him, which was the inferior bloodline that Lu Weiyang said. The human race here had a very high bloodline level. It could be said that they were all above others. Many people saw Lu Ming's bloodline and were very surprised. They looked at Lu Ming as if he was a rare animal. Some of them were still all right. They were calm and would greet Lu Ming with a smile when they saw him. However, some of them, like Lu Weiyang, showed a look of disdain. When they faced Lu Ming, they showed a look of superiority. This made Lu Ming very unhappy. He had never felt that his bloodline was inferior to others, but here, he had become an inferior bloodline. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. Of course, the proportion of such people was not high, and the number of people was relatively small. Hence, he decided not to go out, and instead stayed in his residence in seclusion, comprehending Genesis techniques while waiting for Mulan's to emerge. 2 days later, Han Yu came. Brother Lu, are you all right? Han Yu said awkwardly when he saw Lu Ming. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming knew that Han Yu was here because he had been despised. It's just a small matter. I didn't take it to heart," Lu Ming said with a smile. Indeed, Lu Ming was a little unhappy at first, but with his temperament, he quickly adjusted. What did the difference in bloodline represent? His bloodline level was inferior to others in the Tsangqing divine domain, but how many people in the Tsangqing divine domain could compare with him? How many people of the same level could have his battle strength? Let alone a few people, could one person have it? Why should he care about bloodline level? Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Ming didn't seem to mind. She had come to see Lu Ming because she had heard the gossip outside. She was afraid that Lu Ming would be unhappy because of the shock. Lu Ming was her savior after all. Some people are really too much. What era is it now? It's no longer the era of the primitive continent. The human race is no longer the strong race that dominated the world. Some people still hold on to the concept of bloodline level. It's really abominable, Han Yu said resentfully. Miss Han Yu, in the last era, did the human race really have a division of bloodline level? Lu Ming asked. He was also quite curious about this. In the last era, there was indeed such a division. Those with low bloodline level, which is what Lu Weiyang said, had a very low status. Han Yu said. How did the human race's bloodline level come about? Lu Ming asked again. It should be survival of the fittest. Speaking of which, it has something to do with the history of the human race's development. Han Yu said. The history of the human race's development? Please enlighten me, Miss Han Yu. Lu Ming's eyes lit up slightly. Lu Ming was very interested in the history of the human race's development. If he knew the history of the human race's development, he would definitely know more about the primitive continent. Before he came to the Western universe, he had asked Firmament for advice, but Firmament only had a rough understanding of the primitive continent. As for the Azure Divine Realm, it was passed down by the human race in the last era, so it would most likely know more about the primitive continent. Especially about the human race. I also read about it in ancient books. According to the legends, in the early days of the primitive continent, the human race was actually very weak. They were not even ranked among the thousands of races. Compared to the thousands of races, they could only live a humble life and even become slaves. Later, a terrible war broke out in the primitive continent. Thousands of races killed each other and swept across the entire primitive continent. Countless races were annihilated in that war. The weak human race took the opportunity to develop and finally had a little strength to protect themselves. After the War of the 10,000 Tribes, the Demon Tribe and the Sorcerer Tribe became the biggest winners. They dominated the untainted land and no other tribe could compete with them. The other surviving tribes all attached themselves to them, including the human tribe. At that time, although the human race was much stronger, it was also very difficult for them to survive. Many of their clansmen were also enslaved by the demon race and the Wu people. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The demon tribe and the sorcerer tribe dominated the untainted land. Both of them wanted to be the real dominator, so the two tribes naturally competed with each other. Later, the Great War of the Sorcerer and the Demon Tribe broke out, which was no less than the Great War of the Tribes. Both the Sorcerer and the Demon Tribe suffered heavy losses in this war, while the Human Tribe took the opportunity to develop. Later on, the Human Tribe rose to prominence and even suppressed the Sorcerer and the Demon Tribe to become the strongest tribe. Han Yu introduced. Lu Ming was fascinated as he listened. Although Han Yu had only said a few words, Lu Ming could imagine that it would be a magnificent epic, a period of the human race's difficult development history. In that period of history, the human race was very weak at the beginning. If they wanted to survive, they had to constantly become stronger. Therefore, in the process of development, those with better talent and stronger physiques had higher potential and improved faster. Those with weaker physiques and less talent were often eliminated. After a long period of development, those with strong constitutions would be able to give birth to people with stronger constitutions and bloodlines through marriage. Over time, the strong would become stronger and stronger. Gradually, the difference in bloodlines would appear. Han Yu continued to explain.